Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, everyone. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for January 2nd, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and our presenter today will be all of us, as well as a serious presentation from Alex, who will be joining us in about 60 minutes or so. So I want to thank you all for joining. We call this the North American team. Apparently, after we get by Corona, we're going to drop the Kesh Corona Telegram, and it'll be the North American team, as I understand it. So I want to welcome you all on this sort of holiday weekend in a way. Maybe many people are away, but we really don't look at the numbers. We're just interested in sharing and enlarging this huge volume of knowledge that Mr. Kesh has shared with us. We're all part of it. We're all a cell in the larger structure, and we're just going to continue on. I think this is going to be the best year that any of us have ever lived through, because as this technology starts to come out, and Mr. Kesh said we're going to go out starting in 22 full blast. And there's been many successes in Vienna and so on. So this is basically part of the linchpin of getting this technology released. So we do want to continue to elevate the souls and to enlighten the souls of all the negotiators and the world leaders. But Mr. Kesh said this Thursday he's going to have some very, very positive news or some knowledge or information to share with us. So let's go into it a bit today. I think we'll continue with exploring more about mitra or mitraism or so on and so forth, as apparently this knowledge has been sort of repressed, and Mr. Kesh says we're reviving this knowledge of mitra, which is the light from the creator, but not just the light from the creator, it's the light from the soul of the creator. And I imagine that you can look at it in the same way as you're using your soul in a way, as you can interact with the fields of yourself and the fields of the environment and do some creation. Or through your emotions, influence other things, of course, for the positive benefit of each and all. So again, thank you for joining us today. And if you have anything you'd like to share about mitra or about what this light means to you, again, I'm just finding out about it. I've heard the name in the past, but it sort of went over my head, just thinking it was some sort of other religion. But we find that these temples and these other places were as far away as London and Rome. We know that the Vatican is built on top of a temple of Mitra. And of course, in Rome, they changed it slightly. They were called the Mithras or something, rather than this idea of Mitra as the light. But again, it was very similar. But of course, everyone wants to put their changes on it. So we've had this period of darkness until Mitra came and enlightened the man that there was such a thing as a creator. And then, of course, many people, let me just bring a couple people in here. And then, of course, we started developing ways of how you're supposed to worship the creator. But anyway, we'll go into it a little bit. Before we do that, though, I'd like to just play the sort of an overview from Raphael that he shared with us. And if you were in the beautiful meeting that they presented on Friday, it was very nice. And we saw a lot of aspects a little bit deeper into their organization. And we see many of the people responsible for enlarging the structure and the light of the Keshe Foundation in Brazil. So we want to thank all the Brazilian knowledge seekers. Of course, it's all of us, and eventually it'll be all combined together into, as Mr. Keshe said, we're creating a one nation planet here. So this is what the whole work is to get us all on board on the same ship and dropping these borders and all these other things and races and religions that seem to divide us and also divide us from the creator. And many of these religions have been set up maybe unknowingly, but apparently they have caused some sort of separation between the creator and his creation. So we're going to be moving into something that's very understandable for all of us and enlightening as well. And this light is responsible for all the creation. We know as we travel as a light. And I think down the road, as he said, we're only really experiencing some of these systems in the physicality sense in a way. But down the road, we're going to all start to realize that we don't even need any of this physicality, that we can operate in the dimension of energy. And this is something that all of the creation is going to be experiencing as the creator is actually reworking his whole creation and elevating the whole structure in a way from the atom, I guess, to the unicos. Everything is going to experience a beautiful new change, and this change will be a progressive one. And this is how the universe operates. It just doesn't go in one step, it goes in many steps, but it's all a progression. So let's hear from Raphael and Wan Lin, as well as Yusuf, and we want to congratulate Yusuf on his new marriage. Apparently he should be on his honeymoon, or don't know exactly, but let's just hear a little bit of an overview, and this was played in the Portuguese meeting on Friday. And we want to thank all the Brazilian stars for their wonderful work and inspiring all of us. As he said, they've reached about 40,000 people with the Cup of Life and have brought people into this organization. And that's one of the ways, Mr. Keshe said, we can use the systems, we can teach, and we can also bring people into the organization. And this is all part of the expansion. So thank you to the Brazilian knowledge seekers for this little clip. And there was much more. I know there was something from Alex and Jalal and others in there. But let's just watch this little 10-minute clip and give thanks to their work and encourage their work through our souls.
In 2021, KF China has established the Jingdezhen factory of 15,000 square meters. We have also developed the gas capturing unit, nano-coating unit, and other important units to be used in the factory. Our team have been prepared for the future development. In 2022, we will have close cooperation with the ceramic industry and support the technology revolution of other industries. A lot of amazing products will spring out to bring a new life for the human being.
In 2021, Keshe Foundation came to Jingdezhen to sign agreement with the local government to build the first factory in China. Jingdezhen is a very famous and ancient city because of its ceramic products, and that's the name of China comes from. During the past years, we had met a lot of challenges to meet our goals. But now I'm so grateful for all of this experience. Go through this. It let me see the beauty of my soul. Let me know who I am and where I come from. We are the creators. We're coming from the source. We're coming here to build the most beautiful planets in the universe. Right now, I'm inviting all the souls from the universe to join with us, to help humans united as a oneness, and to help Earth go back to the universal family.
Hello, I'm Yusuf from KF Iran. Greeting to you there, Rafael, and also greeting to the Foundation Society in Brazil. Actually, you did beautiful things in Brazil, and we learned a lot from you. We have a great responsibility to promote the human soul, and I hope that all community will achieve this awareness. So we have an amazing years ahead of us. For Mr. Kesh, we wish you victory and peace and tranquility, and all you Brazilian community. Happy New Year, and thank you.
This is John Bliven out at KF Spaceship, Arizona. I'm giving a recap of what went on in last year and what's planned for the year after. As you know, we've remodeled our facility and we have it all ready to go, waiting for the units to come in. We're ready to receive 48 vision enhancement units that will also work with the brain. Those 48 units are scheduled to be in our facility by the third week in December. And by the first of the year, we'll be ready to start offering services utilizing those units. In addition to that, we're prepared to start receiving the body enhancement units. We will be in the United States one of the first, well, the first to receive them in the Western Hemisphere. And they'll come out at a rate of 3 a month. Not all of them going to us, but we'll be in the initial allocation up to 12 of them that we'll be receiving. So we're excited about that. The last year was really about having patience, trusting the plan, understanding that even though the timing didn't work out on our schedule, that this whole plan that's unfolding is really about divine timing. So we trust in the divine timing. We know that everything is in God's hands, and we're excited to be a part of the unfoldment to a better humanity for everybody. So that's kind of what's going on here. Arizona's going to also be opening up one of the first universities. That will probably be in the end of the first quarter of 2022. We're looking at land and buildings to decide how we're going to bring that together. But there's a lot of exciting stuff happening on our site. Thank you.
In 2021, we started the year focused on the same work of 2020, which was the focus on the educational part for everyone in our country to have access to the Keshe Foundation knowledge in the correct way. In the educational part, a crucial factor this year was the organization of Mr. Keshe's teachings, our Brazilian teachings and other Cash Foundation materials in Telegram channels, because it made it easier for everyone to find the teachings quickly without getting lost in so much information. However, many who joined our groups still felt lost with so much information. So I believe that the great watershed that we had to give an initial direction to the newcomers was the creation of the Easy Learning Plasma Science teachings, which are teachings made with a simple language where the person who joins our group can quickly understand the work of Cash Foundation, its ethos, and what this new science is about. We have only done 2 of the 20 episodes, but slowly we would like to continue expanding these teachings. Today, we have more than 10,000 views on these teachings. With this, the number of Cash Foundation followers in Brazil grew and continue to grow. And what makes me happiest is to see how we are growing based on the ethos of the Cash Foundation, where we continue to see this year the knowledge seekers working 24/7 with the sole purpose of helping those who come to our group. And the most beautiful thing is to see how this is contagious to everyone who arrives in our group. In this year of 2021, we managed to surpass the mark of 10,000 members in our official group on Telegram. And thanks to the hard work of all the knowledge seekers from Cash Foundation Brazil, all who arrive are helped and directed to the teachings in the correct way. This work is not easy. It requires a lot of heart and dedication. But the beauty of it is that we are discovering the pleasure of working to serve and for love, where we work because we love what we do and what we are sharing. In this work, the Cash Foundation Brazil team has taken seriously the phrase said by Mr. Cash, which is, "We all are Cash Foundation." And we are the ones who made this bright 2021, and we are the ones who are building a bright future as well. And this is how we work today in Cash Foundation Brazil. We work bringing this change to the people, starting the change at the base, where we see that we have the power to govern a nation through organization and mainly through the soul. In 2020, by our numbers, we helped something around 40,000 people with a cup of life, saving thousands of lives in Brazil. And in 2021, we not only continue saving lives, but we also start to strengthen the structure of our team based on this Cash Foundation ethos. And so we began to realize and bring to our consciousness that we can govern our lives in an organized, structured way, and mainly based on love, peace, and union. This ethos in the Brazilian community is not just a theory, but it shows daily in a practical way, well, as we saw in 2020 and the whole year of 2021 in our group. And the beauty of it is that in a natural way, we bring to our consciousness more and more that the power is and always has been within us. And through this knowledge passed by Mr. Cash, this becomes more and more understandable and palpable for all of us. Today we are searching for the place to make the first KFSSI university in Brazil. We are still seeing all the possibilities, and we hope that in the beginning of 2022, we will already have the place for our university here. My hope is that in this year of 2022, we will continue mainly firm in the work and without losing the essence of what Cash Foundation brings to us today, which is a change within us. And in this change from the inside out, we begin to see and feel this bright future that awaits us. I want to say thank you especially to Mr. Cash for all his love and patience with all of us. And thanks to the whole team of Cash Foundation Brazil for standing firm in the purpose of our work and its essence of serving unconditionally. Thank you very much.
And there were some other messages shared from Alex and Jalal. And I really had a sense when Jalal spoke and how he said he tried to get a team going in the Arabic community, but it wasn't the time. And as John said, we want things to happen very quickly, but we're going on the time of the Creator. And as Mr. Kesh said, Jalal is going to play a massive role. And my sense was that Jalal will be opening this up to the entire Arabic or Islamic world in the coming times. And as I tried to get the nations to cooperate and to collaborate years ago and got very frustrated that they weren't, of course, I was working in the matter state, I just kept saying to myself, I'm going to keep studying different things and different knowledges and getting myself ready so that when the time comes, when I'm called upon, that I'll be ready to do whatever the Creator wanted me to do. And this was before the Kesh Foundation. Although I kept wishing for world peace and the cooperation and collaboration among the nations, I never realized that I would get to this point where we're actually seeing it and fulfilling. So we just want to elevate your soul, Jalal, and realize that you're going to play a massive role in this upcoming teaching and the dispersing of the knowledge of the Kesh Foundation. And we thank Alex as well for the message he gave. And let's have a little celebration here. I think Lissy gave me something. And we'll just play this. It's only a couple. Oh, sorry, as Mr. Kesh said, this 2022 is going to be a very lucky year for all of us. He said it has a lot of 8s in it. And apparently that's going to be lucky. And as he said, we're going out in 2022, starting out full throttle. So it's part of all of us. And we continue just to expand and expand more. Some groups aren't expanding as fast as the others, but eventually it'll all come and it'll all equalize out. But we just want to elevate all the souls and the soul of Brazil itself and the enlightenment that's being provided to not only Brazil, but to the rest of us who partake in the teachings that we see on Fridays. Anyway, so let's play this little celebration. It looks like it's from the Olympics, actually, and I know China wants to keep the Olympics going there, but they're running into certain issues. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but just let's have a little 2-minute celebration as we go into this year of 2022. And we want to thank Lissy for putting that video in. Again, it's going to be a beautiful year, probably the best year any of us have ever lived through, or any civilization has ever lived through on this planet, as this technology, which is beyond the science fictional beliefs of the man, starts to take shape in Arizona, in Tehran, and in Austria. And hopefully the Chinese, which they will get their unit down the road. And Mr. Kesh has written to NASA and Boeing and Lockheed and told them that the time of burning fuels is now over, and they're all invited to Arizona. Some of us will be getting an invitation to join some of these teams. As Mr. Kesh said, they're probably going to be needing a lot of help. And I think this is a beautiful way to serve all of humanity. Even though it may be starting out small, it's going to just continue to grow and grow and grow, as we will also grow through all this. And let's just start with our beautiful flag, which I think we're going to be seeing this flag more and more. I'd love one for my house, and just to show that I'm a knowledge seeker, and this is sort of an oasis where people can come for help, and also beautiful knowledge that we're all being given freely, and of course we're all to share this knowledge freely. So here's our beautiful flag. Again, Mr. Kesh sort of was against flags in a way a few years ago, where he said when the Iranians come to Arizona and vice versa, everyone will leave their flags outside the door, and the only winner will be peace. And that's still the way it is. And maybe the flag won't have as much meaning, but it is a beautiful symbol and a beautiful flag. So let's play this for a couple of minutes. Well, that's beautiful. And this will be a symbol where you can go and not be abused, and realize that you're going to be treated very equally, as everyone will be treated equally under this flag. There'll be no borders, and there'll be no nation states. It'll just be all of us together as one soul, as I see it. Mr. Kesh, we're still on Mitra and the celebration of Mitra, or the light from the soul of the creator. And Mr. Kesh had referenced a site in London that was discovered, I guess, in the 1950s or so, where after some bombing, a temple of Mitra was unearthed. I thought I'd share that with you. He mentioned this a number of workshops ago. and that you can still go there today and experience this temple where they had actually uncovered it and then actually moved it and then moved it back to its rightful place. And apparently there's a building or commercial building built on top of it. But I thought, since we're learning more about Mitra, again, which was hidden from us, and now the Keshe Foundation is reviving it. And these temples were all over, in Iran, in Rome, even in Belgium, even on the Danube River in Germany, I believe. But this is a temple that was unearthed in London. And let's just see more about it. It says it was 7 meters below ground, so it was about 21 feet below. And I did watch a few different videos on people trying to explain this Mitraism, and but there's very few, if any, text, and there's no one really around. They didn't find anything that would give them more of a clue about what this, they called it a mystical religion, or not that it was hidden, but they sort of did their work in private and below ground in many cases. A lot of times, I know in Iran, they have open air temples, but most of them found in Rome and in other places were under the ground. And they were more of a rectangular shape and not very large at that. They couldn't hold hundreds of people, but they could hold 20 or 40 people. And apparently there were a lot of these smaller temples in different locations. But to me, it had an atmosphere of only Mitra was lit up, where they put some candles in the lights that come off the head of Mitra. But it looked like the rest of the temple, in a way, was sort of dark. And in a way, that gives you a sense of going into your soul, in a way, and to experience some things. And this is just my impression. And whatever I say, don't take it as 100% truth, as you need to check out what Mr. Keshe says about these things. But I thought I'd just play this little clip here, if I can find it. Here we go. And if this floating controls would not be in the way. And here it is. It's about a 7 minute. So let's learn more about Mitra, these temples. And I don't think we're going to be building any temples whatsoever. We're going to be just honoring Mitra, understanding the light, and experiencing the light. We don't have to build a temple. And we'll go into that a little more after this video.
As a very small child, I was evacuated during the Second World War. And then just after the war, I came home and saw the appalling devastation around the city of London.
London was very black, soot-covered, and still a lot of bomb sites that hadn't been excavated. And it was generally quite a grim time.
We were living on rationing and 2 ounces of meat a week, most of which was gristle. And all of a sudden, something wonderful that was truly London had happened.
I worked in the building right across the street as a secretary on about the 7th floor. And at that time, they were excavating, and then one day, everything went quiet. And so we went to the window and looked out, and we saw these people looking down and looking at something.
A fantastic discovery had been made. They discovered the Roman temple.
It was such a relief to have something new and different and positive and exciting that really accounted for its interest, because thousands of people queued to see it.
My friend said to me, "You've got to come down and see this dig." We queued for hours and hours and hours, 4.5 hours, I think. They had these great big walls all the way around, shutting off most of the crowd. We could just peep through the little holes. There was so much in the newspapers, It was absolutely thrilling to everybody.
It was a steady queue moving round. We couldn't stop there because there were so many hundreds of people piling up behind us, so we had to move round at a steady pace.
There were sort of, people clambering over them, picking up bits and pieces. And there was this sort of rather learned-looking gentleman with a clipboard. And I later discovered he was Professor Grimes. And he sort of explained and pointed out things, which was all quite sort of interesting and fascinating. But to some extent, I didn't really totally understand what I was seeing.
1954, my father and I came across this excavation and we peered through the hole in the fence, and obviously something tremendously exciting had just happened. We didn't know what it was, but we had a conversation with each other saying they must have found something tremendous. And it was in the press a couple of days later that they had found the Mithras head.
My father was on the site when they uncovered the head of Mithras, and the archaeologist in chief said to my father, who he obviously knew because he'd been there all the time, "Would you like to hold this head of Mithras?" And of course my father said yes. I remember him coming home and he said, "I held the head of Mithras in my hands today."
Not much good came out of the London Blitz, but Mithras did.
We were fighting back and we were re-establishing, but I think that's what Londoners were doing. They were saying, okay, this is London and you cannot bomb us, we will carry on. I think there was an element of that in it.
I did come back about 10, 15 years later and asked what had happened to it, and they said, "Oh, it's all been packed up and we're not sure what's happening to it."
It was such a disappointment to Peter when they covered it all up, because it was such a huge site and there was obviously so much more to see.
It always felt wrong that they moved it just up the road from here, and it feels absolutely right and proper that it's now back where it originally was.
To be actually inside this temple that I'd seen unearthed 60 odd years ago, it was just amazing.
You felt that you were actually entering into the atmosphere of the temple, and I felt that feeling of wonder and awe that this was something that you were experiencing that very few people, even at that time, would ever experience.
Roma regit populus, rex tu tamen omnium. Nama mitras.
All the technology used so well to evoke an atmosphere and to describe what was found and the significance of it. It's like being on another planet.
Peter would have liked it. He would have been happy that it wasn't prettied up or anything like that. Praise Bloomberg for doing what they've done, putting back what was able to be restored. I think it's done a very good job.
The reconstruction that was done in the 60s, they did their best with what they had, but it was disappointing compared with what I'd seen as a schoolgirl. To see the reproduction downstairs was just so exciting.
It's quite magnificent, it really is, because it's part of our history, isn't it? Our Roman history, and I was very happy to see it all.
And we just want to thank the producers of that video for sharing it with us, and it's back in its right place. And as Mr. Kesh said, we're reviving this lost understanding of mitra, which again is the light from the soul of the creator. And as we know, we can use our souls to do many, many different things. So it's a continuation in a way. Mr. Kesh said that as you get your soul of physicality closer to the soul of the man, you could see mitra manifested in the physicality, he said, but would you recognize it? And again, a little bit of an anomaly there, but this is the idea of the light, which is the mother of all the creation. And as I was looking around today, I was thinking about the light and how it creates GANs and gases and things, and even the plants, you know, the dried leaves and everything, or the trees, this is all GANs material. And this is all from the light of the creator, which we know the creator sits within us. And this is one of the new discoveries that we're finding out. The original, when mitra came the first time, apparently it was just to awaken man out of its slumber and its living like animals, apparently, to the idea that there was a creator. And of course, we fashioned different things and tried to say how you could honor or worship the creator and so on. And then another dark period went by, and this past December 21st, another enlightening has happened where a very new cycle has started for all of us, where we now realize that the creator is within us. And this is the new awakening of the understanding of mitra. So the Kesh Foundation is reviving this in a way, and there's much, much more to it. And I'm sure we'll find out from those who lived through that period or through the souls who had experienced such, and we know of at least one who's with us that can explain many of this. So this is the new understanding that we're coming across, and this new cycle has happened. Just do that. And some of these temples, again, back then were created. I don't think the Kesh Foundation or anyone is going to be building any new, but it was the awakening, first of all, that there was a creator, and the second revival is that the creator actually lives within us. I know in Egypt they called the sun god Ra, and in Hindu they called it, I believe, Surya, and the Greeks called it Apollo, and the Mayans called it Kishahau, and it went on because the sun sort of was the giver of life. It gave us warmth and it gave us energy. And this was the largest celebration, as we know, across the planet at one time, and it was for 12 days. And we don't have to stop at 12 days. I think we can start to celebrate mitra and understanding this light and its ability to create. And we can also do the same thing. And that's why we do elevate souls. And we can do things through our souls, but you can also do things through the GANs as well. But for example, and again, I'm not even sure if I'm correct, but I was just going by some videos I looked at on YouTube, but they had a 7-step process, and mostly it was just the men that were involved in this mitraism, and maybe that's why we see them with a beard, mitra with a beard and everything like that. But Mr. Kesh said it didn't matter whether it was male or female. And I know he said mitra was the lover of the creator, but they used to go through these 7 steps. Apparently you started out as a raven, and then you were a bridegroom, and then the lion, and then you became a Persian, and then you became a runner of the sun, and then you went up to the father level. So they had all these different levels of graduation, so to speak, in the mystical type of religion. And a lot of this came out of Rome, of course. And another interesting fact that I noticed was they had many different religions in Rome, and it wasn't offensive if you were a Mitraite to go to someone else's temple, and they wouldn't say you don't belong here, or you're not welcome here. But all these temples were sort of open to everyone, and it wasn't the point of we're different than you, but it was sort of an unspoken rule that anyone could go to any church or any temple they would like to maybe experience some certain things that you didn't experience in your own. But again, it was the largest festival, and it was to celebrate the light from the soul of the creator. And now we're becoming more aware of this. The new children that are going to be created from now on, since the birth of Mitra, are going to have this new understanding about their soul. And I'm going to play a little clip here from I think it's the 412th there, about this no need cycle, about no need to kill and no need to destroy, and no need to show that you're better than anyone else, as we start to realize that we're all the same. So this is a very beautiful understanding in this new cycle of the, let's say, the awakening that Mitra is here and is now returned. So we're celebrating not only the birth of Mitra, but also the return of Mitra to this apparent position. And we know the creator is here and Mitra is here, and a new cycle is starting. And Mr. Kesh said, we love you, Mitra, we adore you, and we worship you. And I guess the worshiping would come in by serving others. And that would be the true worship. I don't think we're going to get on our hands and knees, sort of, but I could be very wrong about that. But again, it's just we are here to serve and not to be served. And a lot of it has to do with explaining some of this knowledge and this understanding. But Mitra as a beautiful light, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a light that you can see. Most of the light in gamma and in other things is not light that you can see, but it's all part of the creation and the process of creation, and it all comes out of the light. So we're going to be learning a lot more about Mitra, and we're going to be reviving this Mitraism that was practiced or was trying to be introduced to most of humanity. But there was a second step that came, and now we realize that the soul of the creator resides within us, this light that comes out of the soul of the creator, so to speak. So if we were to go to the 412, we can hear a little bit. Myrna's explained some Sorry about that. I was speaking and I didn't have the mic open. But anyway, this is one of the manufacturing in Iran, and this is where they're going to be producing some magrevs. And it was brought to our attention in the Portuguese meeting that we need to elevate the souls of the people working here because they didn't quite understand the magrev. And as Mr. Kesh said, he's given them some suggestions, but apparently they're not getting it. So we can do the same as we're doing with the negotiators in Vienna, using our souls or using the light or the energy from our souls to enlighten them so that they see what's needed to be done to complete the project. Mr. Kesh said these magrevs would not only used for energy, that's probably the lowest way they could be used, but they're going to be used for feeding people through energy. And this, it looks like, could be needed in the very near future, as we all may be subject to some supply shortages. And I know he said he would release systems if they ever used food to create mayhem on this planet. So this is one of them. But let's hear a little bit more about this relief that Rick has shown us with Mitra, Ahura Mazda, and the Persian leader, and understand a little bit more. I think this is about a 10-minute clip, and then we'll come back. Would anyone like to add anything at this point? I know I've asked people to, if they wanted to share anything, if they felt anything about Mitra or Mitraism, this understanding that we're all being reawakened to. As I said earlier, I was not aware of anything about Mitra. And when I was in Kenya recently, some of the students there said they had never really heard of it, even though there were temples in Africa as well as Belgium, Germany, London, Italy, India, Iran, and so on, and probably many more that we're not even aware of. So if you'd like to share anything about Mitra, now could be the time, or we could wait till after this clip.
The children of the man has changed and will change from now on. They will understand more about the work of the soul and live through it than the dimension of physicality. Because we bring them to the what I call the cycle of no need to kill, no need to destroy, no need to be better than the other because we're all the same. They knew a school of teaching for those knowledge seekers who are there is to teach how you can live through example of not killing and not being there to do. If you knew what has happened to mankind, you will weep, but mankind is not wise to it. I'm sure many of you will see Mitra in your physical eyes in the time to come, and you will still not recognize it.
Mr. Kesh, Stefania had a question regarding that picture of Mitra that we showed previously with the, perhaps I can bring it up here and override your screen share temporarily. Let's see, let me get the plain picture rather than my...
oh, your beautiful face. Or maybe the bear.
There we go. There's the plain picture. Oops, I got it in the wrong screen. There we go, over there. And I think that's it there. Okay, so we see in the picture the three figures, and on left is Mitra. On the right would be, I assume, the creator or God absolute, let's say. And so Stefania's question is, in the picture of Mitra, the three figures, are they like the three M fields, I think 3 matter fields, to make tangible matter?
I think Mahsad explained this in a very good detail on Tuesday. And if you go in the theology side of it, it's the presence of the Creator and its light on man, and how man considers himself to be the king as the light of the Creator shines on him. And there are a few details in this picture you don't take notice of, you only see the big one. And there's a very funny way one of the pictures are, Mahsad is Mahsad there, from France. She explained this very, very beautifully into the details of it on Tuesday in the One Nation, One Planet. But there's a striking features that people don't see. And is she around? She could explain it. Do you see her in the background?
Sorry, what was the name again, Mr. Kish?
The lady from the Iranian lady from France, member of the Universal Council support team.
Is that Sylvain, perhaps, from UC Support France?
No, the Iranian lady.
Oh, okay.
Yes. The Persian lady, the
Persian
Asian,
lady.
Iranian,
There
what
she
would you
is.
like?
Yes.
Thank you,
Would
sir.
you like to explain this? You explained this beautifully in the Tuesday teaching. But if you expand the picture, the whole thing is not about the 3 men standing next to each other or 3 features. Is the thing which they're standing on. But even what they're standing on has a totally different approach to it. Would you like to explain this with what they're standing on counts, not the feature of the man? This carving is not about Ahura Mazda on the right, or Mitra on the left, or the king of Persia in the center. It's about the emotional feeling, the respect and understanding with what they stand on. Would you like to explain it, please, Mahsad?
Yes, sir. In fact, this is in a place, it's called the Dome of Bustan Garden. And there is a lake under this mountain. It's near Kermanshah. And it's very big, maybe 20 meters. And the story is that at the left, it's Mitra. And Mitra is giving benediction to Shapur, the king in the middle, which has his foot on a body under his foot, which is the emperor of Rome, which has been conquered and been his slave, being under his command. And at the right is Ahura Mazda, which is the divinity and God, which gives him the alliance. And at the other side, Mitra gives him the benediction, that his power comes from the benediction of Mitra. That's why he's the king. And Mitra is on a flower of lotus, which has meaning in other philosophies, so that the king knows that he should be humble. And his power is given by benediction of Mitra and Ahura Mazda. Otherwise, he doesn't have this power to conquer other places.
In a way, conquering his own, what we call emotion, conquering his own ego. In time of power is still to be humble, to rely on the Creator and to receive the enlightenment. And more or less after this position, what we see historically is the time when many, many leaders in Central Asia and what we call Eastern Europe self-submittingly gave their kingdom to the king, what they call it, the Emperor of Persia, because it was just being just. This picture, this what you see, has a lot of historical meaning in the background. What happened to the Iranian, how Iranian Empire, Persian Empire was created, where what you call knowing that there is, even at the time of the power, there is something you need to be part of and to receive from. But what is interesting is that the way this is carved, the face looks up, but the foot looks down. And this has a lot of meaning in the future. We explain in more detail. But in a way, being on top of the world as a leader, as an emperor, or as a king of Persia, he still submissively accepts that he still needs the light of the Creator. And he knows he receives it through a light, not through the Creator himself.
Yes, when I was in Persepolis, there is a human rights cylinder, which the king, I think it's Khashayar, Cyrus.
Cyrus.
No, I think the son or the son of his son has made it, which is in the United Nations, it seems, and the original. And it's funny because I had never studied it in my schooling, and it shows the wisdom of this king. It has been written in 4 administration languages at the time about governing. And the little I wrote, it's 1 page, it says to the kings, you should be just and keep the people happy with your justice. Otherwise, people go against you. And I was very amazed of this wisdom of these great kings, which had been in everywhere. So sometimes we don't know our culture and histories the way we are taught in school, the important points. And of course, Cyrus is very famous, and we are very proud even in school, from school, that he was giving the liberty of religion, practicing every country religions, and liberating the Jews and all that. So we were proud of our culture, of that part of our culture, which has to do with giving liberty to people, especially liberty of religion, which is still, when I was there, it was like that. Every religion was free and respected, minority, but free and respected, because we have other minorities. Each city has their own customs and dialects. So we are a mixture of all these with respect and interest to what's the difference, how they do, it's kind of a melting pot. So that's how they were great, because they were open and they were giving freedom to others to do what they really feel like doing in their hearts.
Thank you very much.
Here we go. Thank you.
Any other question, or shall we call it a day to go faster to get ready for Christmas?
Okay, well, I hope we've expanded a little bit and the knowledge of mitra, which represents justice and life and light and wisdom and understanding. And man, in the coming time and starting now, is about to find out about all three of these. I know we talk about one planet, one race, one nation for world peace and justice. And hopefully this is a message as well to the world leaders to be humble, and that you're really ruling at the whim of the creator in so many ways, and to not abuse that and to make the people happy. And I know this Kesh plasma technology is going to make so many people very, very happy as they overcome some of the ailments or the conditions in the physicality, but also they'll start to find out about their own souls. And as Mr. Kesh said, the religions are about to be over. This may be one of the last years that they actually exist, as they've been known to cash out our pockets and our souls. So it's a very beautiful time of enlightenment, and Mitra is here with us along with the creator. And if anyone would like to add anything, I think you could do it now before we go to the Dome of Peace.
Yes, Mark, I have something to add about Mitra.
Please.
When I watched the video of the gentleman holding the stone, did anyone notice the intricate carvings? How did they do that? What technology did they really have back then to do that intricate carving in stone? And just before solstice, I had a gathering at my home, and every single person that was there, I invited all the people that I've taught about GANs. We all come, we all celebrated. And the energy of the people was totally different than anything I've ever experienced before, because every single one of them has had the plasma water and has been in the fields. We had such a fine time of peace and harmony, and know that things are going to change for the positive. So this is the thing, people, keep spraying every day, keep drinking the plasma water, and do your part. Let your soul lead you. Your soul knows where we're going and also where we've been. I pass the talking stick back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Randy. Anyone else want to share anything else about Mitra? Or again, we're just basically coming back into this understanding about the light from the soul of the creator. I've never realized anything about this, and others I've asked as well. I mentioned Mitra to them, and they almost look at me cross-eyed like they've never heard of it, and they probably never have heard of it. As Mr. Kesh said, it was systematically sort of repressed in a way. But now Mitra is back here for the enlightenment, and we're all going to be able to find out more about ourselves and our abilities with this Mitra and the creator both being here. And of course, the technology being rolled out. And all these energies that the technology uses, I would say that is the light, but not in a dimension we can see. So we're working with the light, and the light is also within us, which we can call upon and to do things with. And as we get closer, the soul of physicality to the soul of the man, we will see the light or see Mitra in the physicality. But he did say, would you even recognize it even then? So there are some more mysteries, let's say, about Mitra, but it's a very beautiful time, and for the religions also to start to pack it in, because once the man understands who he is and his abilities, the religions just won't go out of business, but we'll know that it's really not for us, or the man in general will realize that it doesn't really have anything to offer as we once thought it did, as a way to the creator and so on and so forth. But to realize the creator is within us, and this is the journey that we're all taking, and no one can confirm your soul to you, only you can do that. So it's a beautiful time. The technology is being advanced. I know there'll be another from Mr. Kesh this Thursday with some very positive news. And we look forward to that as well. Anyone else would like to share anything regarding mitra or your understanding? And I know Rick shared a video about the Egyptians and how they did a lot of these things like obelisks and pour stones, and they created some sort of lens, and they actually melted the, it might have been a 15-meter lens, and they used the sun to actually melt. And they did some testing in that video on some of the stones, and the magnetical fields are definitely different, they said, than if the stone was quarried. So they had some techniques, and they brought these techniques over to Mexico and down through all that area. And that's why you see so many of these things poured and very smooth. But if you analyze them, apparently the magnetical gravitational positioning or isotopes or something about them gives them a distinct difference. And some of these mysteries, of course, will be unraveled more and more as in the coming times. And many of the books that have been closed to us will be opened up, and especially from someone's soul who has lived through it, let's say. So a very beautiful time. But now we're going to the Dome of Peace, which again is every Sunday. And let's hear from Mr. Kesh here.
Okay, I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And that's what we're trying to do, and that's what's trying to be accomplished in Vienna, to bring a permanent, peaceful solution to this planet so we can go out into the universe and not kill and not destroy, but to use the light, I think, of the Creator to create whatever we need or whatever we want, or to operate in the dimension of energy, which is the light, as I understand it. It's not the visible light, but again, it's the fields or the energies of the Creator. And these lights that went out is the mother of all the creation that we can see, from the gases to the GANs to the atoms, and then in turn their magrevs create and support other lives. So it all comes from the soul of the Creator as a field or as a ray or as a light. And we're just starting to understand more and more about the light of the Creator, which we've always heard about in our religions, but never quite understood it the way it's explained in scientifically, so to speak, with this light and its ability to create. So you contain that light, and you can do the same things, and these systems will help us to realize that. But again, you don't need it to achieve that. You are the universal unit, as I understand. It's just a matter of tapping into this knowledge, which has been hidden from us for so long. But now there's a big awakening happening here, and these systems will start to show it. And as more and more people come to the foundation, the energy of the knowledge will just keep expanding. So 22 is going to be the best year, I say, that all of us have ever lived. 23 and 24 will just expand more and more. And the planet is ready for this change. And again, if the world leaders don't lay down their arms, we'll make it to happen for you. So hopefully they will see the light, we elevate them. And someone put in the chat, can we also elevate the souls of the health workers? You can elevate anyone you want or enlighten anyone you want. But Raphael had brought up the cash manufacturing in Iran, and we could also add them to the list as well, because they're not quite picking up on the MagRev, which again, most of us, all of us have missed it. We went for the energy, but it's so much more than saving energy. As Mr. Kish said, we are not here to create energy or to create gold, but it's this beautiful enlightenment that's about to happen. And to realize that we don't need this physicality. Again, we're still in the matter state of these systems, but down the road, we're going to be working more with the energy of it and realize we don't need the physicality at all whatsoever to exist in the universe. I don't know how and when that will take place, but it's a process that's going on and it will continue to go on. But we do need the world peace, and the more the nations pledge to peace, the more technology will be revealed. And we just want to thank John and Youssef, and as well as Klaus and his team in Austria, because those will be the three centers that basically get the ball rolling in a way. And China will be brought on, and the Russians will come in as well. So it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful place, and we're all part of it. We can all contribute to it, and we can all enlighten the others to speed up the process, sort of, in a way. Of course, we are also continuing 24 hours a day, every day, and I've asked my soul to get involved and to enlighten the negotiators in Vienna and continue this, and as they reach a higher and higher level of understanding. So many breakthroughs are about to take place. This will be one of the luckiest years we've ever lived in. Apparently, these 8s have a certain meaning for us. Mr. Kesh, your mic is open. Did you want to come in?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening or good morning, depends where you are. 2022, which we have entered, is the beginning and end of many things that we were wishing for and we are hoping for. Religious leaders and the governments are aware of it, and we'll hear more and more of it. And something very interesting has happened, because you got to understand, we emphasize a lot on the Iranian situation because there is a reason for it. There's a huge reason why in past year we have paid a lot of attention to the peace talks in Vienna and what's going on in Iran. In all the religions we had up to now, we always spoke about the Messiah or whatever, return of Christ or whatever. We never had a reference point of time and place as a bloodline. In the Shia world is specific, which comes from the bloodline of Muhammad Mehdi, the 12th Imam. An interesting point is that the Iranian religious leaders have become fully aware of what is about to happen, and are preparing the nation for it in a very subtle way. And the same thing is happening in Vatican and behind the doors and the things which are taking place in shape. But what is interesting is this shot has been sent to me by a number of Iranian Azar and others, but it's very significant. You have to understand the significance of this announcement by what we call Iran National Television, the head of the national television. It's in Farsi, and if any of the Iranians would like to translate it, this has happened in the past few days. I read it for you in a very simple way. The Iran head of television, which is fully controlled by the government, announced that we do our best, that the Iranian television will have the right that to broadcast the appearance of the Mehdi, or we buy the rights to show when Mehdi appears from whoever has it. It means Iranian National Television for 2022 is preparing the citizens to be ready to witness the manifestation of the promised one. And this announcement, official announcement by the government of Iran, which is extremely religious, that the Iranian television will do its best to buy the television rights on the time showing the manifestation of the Mehdi. So we expect Mehdi to appear this year. And this is part of what Vatican in the background is preparing, and the same thing we know is happening in Jerusalem. So when we talk about these things, we have to understand a lot of people in the background are preparing for what we call the ultimate appearance and what we call the end of all the problems, as we call it, and we are heading in that direction. A number of religious leaders around the world, and especially sections in Iran, religious section, they are announcing 21st, 22nd of what we call February as to be one of the possible manifestation of the promise. And in Iran, a special religious military has been set up in the city of Qom to be prepared to defend once he appears. They are ready to lay their lives down to support him and protect him on his manifestation. And we'll see that we are entering the phase of once we reach peace, what do we do next? The next thing is who's going to claim first has had the promised one and can show it. And this is very interesting. What is to come? And we are the second day of this Christian calendar, but the whole appearance of mitra and in the dimensions we talked about has to be a dimension of the birth of mitra in a dimension of the soul, and physicality dimension, birth to a physical dimension time, which means a time which we can refer and connect to. The birth of Christ, the way we have it and is set up, is all summing up, adding up. There's no specific date. It's just put near to and be within the what we call the Catholic Church, or what we call the 25th of December, closest to the what we call the birth of Mitra. And it's very interesting that according to what is coming out of religious quarters, even from the Buddhist side, this year will be the year where the promised one will manifest itself. But we got to wait and see how and what shape, and to who will come to be accepted. And it's very, very interesting. And we hear the same kind of talks from different part of religious world that they are waiting for 2022. It's the year that went ahead of a most, what do you call, religious nation in the Islamic world announces they're ready to buy the copyright. They don't claim that it will be in Iran. They're prepared to buy the rights to show the manifestation of the promise. As always said, watch the space, and we'll see what comes up this year. And how, where the soul of the man, the soul of the creator, and the soul of the physicality of the man which can be pinned and positioned to date has achieved and will be achieved. It will be very interesting. Birth of Mitra, 21st of what we call December, is in the elevation of the soul. It's the level of the soul. Now we look at the manifestation board, the physicality and the dimension. And now we see what comes up in the next 12 months, if what is being said and what we think will take shape and will bring us to the next step. And for sure, as far as we know, the North American continent will have a big role to play in this manifestation. Massively big part. And this process will and has started from this week. And you will come to understand very soon and the reasons we work, we operated through Arizona and the rest. Thank you very much.
I know you said there was another cycle ready to take place in the February 22nd. It looks like it's coinciding with something in Iran on the 21st to 22nd of February. Was that the time frame? Is this the new cycle of another cycle of enlightenment? I know you said you're not going to wait for man to come along, but in a way, the process of enlightenment is starting to happen for all of us.
We are going in that direction. One of the, we are pushing to create a condition and with it to bring a position. And it has to come from what we call not only governing nations, but from religious nations too. You got to realize the importance of these kind of announcements, the importance of explaining other teachings of the Keshe Foundation. What does it mean when, just what we saw on the screen, the national television or worldwide the televisions will show the claim or the manifestation of the promised one. The implication of it is huge. First of all, the minute they do, and it's shown on national televisions like in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, in Vatican, in Jerusalem, or where Buddhists have the central position, this means the end of all the religions at that point and instant. You cannot be a Muslim anymore. You cannot be a Christian anymore. You can't be a Jew and you cannot be Buddhist. What do you call yourself at that point? Because the promise of Mehdi is fulfillment of the religion. And now what are you? What do you become? And you're all waiting for that point. And that point is when you become one race. It's the promise of the promised one. Now we understand why we call it one nation, one race. Because at that point when they fundamentally accept that the promised one in all directions of all the religions confirmed, we can't be any more member of any religious sect. It's the end of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran and Islam. It's the end of the Vatican and Pope. It's the end of the chief rabbi in Jerusalem and the same in other parts. Then we become one, and this is what we promised. then we become one race with no religion, but believe in the Creator through us all. That's the point of change. And we know Ayatollah Khamenei is preparing Iran for this move. And we know Vatican is on the same position. Don't forget, in the past, the Pope said he'll be the last Pope. Because when Mehdi is here, or the promised one, what's the position of Ayatollahs? What is the position? There is no more position. You cannot be higher than what you promised to become. And then you understand why you become one nation. Because religions don't exist anymore. Nation of man, nation of one planet, as one race, will become what we promised. Now you understand Mehdi is already here. You have become part of it without knowing it. But in time, we strive to achieve it for more to understand. Then we'll see, as I said in a very recent teaching, end of religions, because all the religions promise the coming of the promised one, and when the promised one is there, they have no position and no place. Then what are we going to do with all these buildings? Man has chosen to call it the churches, the mosques and temples or whatever. When they become the centers of teaching about the soul, teaching about the new knowledge, and what are we going to do with millions of priests, mullahs and rabbis who have no more position? Because the guidance of the soul of every man comes through the soul, not through the church or the book. Because the promise of all books is fulfilled. He cannot teach any more verses of Bible to anyone because it's fulfilled. Now he will read from this first book, from the new book of man. You have not realized what is really has hit you as a human race. The juggernaut, fully laden knowledge. And when it hits you, none of you understand it. It melts you to the soul. Just about to come. And it'll come very, very soon, sooner than you think.
Wow, very humbling. Very, very humbling. Does that mean our work is finished? Or it's just beginning? I'm very glad to hear this beautiful news. And I'm sure everyone else is too. Why are the leaders, will they gather in sort of a conference and together, or would they announce this individually? I think it would be more powerful if they gathered and they all agreed in front of everyone. Of course, we'll have the individual clips, I'm sure. And why does the Mehdi have to be protected? I'm sure there are some that may want to continue with the abuse, I would suppose. And we did play that in that little clip. You said if you knew what was happening to man, you would weep. And I was thinking that in a way, in a negative way, like there were some bad things that were going to happen, but now it's the good things that are going to happen that would make us weep.
You got to realize that in that point, when they get the rights to show the what we call appearance of the promised one, which is the king of the kings, which is then there is no man on this planet can call himself a king. How can you proclaim to be a king and be a Christian, or be a king and be a Muslim, and your religion accepts the king of the king has appeared and you still claim yourself to be a king? We promise we'll bring the kingship to an end, and now you understand how. This is another part of the whole equation which will fulfill. There shall be no king when the king has appeared. When he appeared in the form of Christ, you put the crown of thorn on his head. This time, which king is going to put his crown down and wear the thorn to be servant to what is appeared? You cannot be a king when what you worship to. We see the world leaders from the United States, we see in the very recent past to go to Vatican to pay homage and respect to Pope and to what is the guardian of the promised one to come. When he says, my leader has come and that's the end of the term, how can President Biden claim to be a world leader? Or any of the presidents of the world claim to be kings? It brings a lot of things in order. And 2022 is a possible time. And many of you knowledge seekers have worked towards it, and you have put your souls in it, and you will see it. You will feel it before it comes, many of you. You will receive the message very soon, just before. And then it's the level of enlightenment, what you understand from the message you receive. It will be the end of kingship, it will be the end of the religion, because by accepting, as we saw, the head of government accept, which is both religious and a power, that what they promised, ultimate power, and they read what we call it, the promised one comes, they have no position. They'll take the ropes off. You will not see any mullahs or ayatollahs on the streets of palaces of Iran or in Vatican or in Jerusalem. Because the problem comes when the Islamic world claims Semitic is here, and then the Christians have to confirm it, or they deny it, or they have to join it, and as the masses takes over, all the people believe in one and it becomes one. We just open the door and the flood, and we'll see how we'll drown your souls with it. Then you understand. I said we gradually open up, and tonight became to open a very big door for many of you to understand. And the religious leaders know, the religious schools who study the books the correct way, they know it, all waiting for it. We'll see. Who do you bow to when you go to Vatican, when The man you bow to himself bows to the Creator. The same will go with those who plan to create mayhem here. And that's why, even if you go back a few weeks ago, I said it's the end of Russia as they bow to Jerusalem. Jerusalem bows to the Mahdi or Messiah or Mashiach. You will see the new structure will take shape very rapidly. Some people will fight it. Some people will go for it. In a very recent presentation, again on the Iranian channel, one of the religious leaders said, if Mehdi comes and what he says in the not benefit of Islamic Republic of Iran, we kill him, we get rid of him. They're already planned. Means they have no job. How can they stand it? I can't even play the video of it for you to hear it. It's a very, very interesting time to come. And he hasn't started. If they are ready and they're instructing their medias to prepare the nation, then they'll say, we told you, we got the rights to this.
Well, I'm not sure where we should go from here. Azar, would you like to come in if you're still here? She's not.
Mr. Kesh, hello everybody. Hello, Mr. Kesh. May I ask you, it is true, I read yesterday in a newspaper in Romania that Iran launched a spaceship flight for scientific purpose. And France is very unhappy with this. It is true, or it's just an article in a newspaper? Thank you.
Iran traditionally, whenever there is a 5+1 meeting, tries to launch a satellite or a rocket or something to show that they are stepping up their technology. And past few days, they tried to launch a satellite rocket to go to a given orbit, and it just fell short of that orbit. But shows for the first time Iran has entered officially to what we call launching satellites into orbit. And again, it's partially Russian technology. And this puts Iran in a very, very different position. France is not happy with it because they just sold 14 billions of arms to Emirates, which they don't even know which airport they're going to put it in, what land they're going to protect with. And there is a big argument about it. And the same is the big contract with United Arab Emirates and the United States, which has now become invalid. But yes, they tested, and this is very normal. Every time we enter negotiation, 5+1, Iranian military launches some sort of new rocket or new missile this better distance than before. And now they try to put satellite into 470 plus kilometers, but they just short down the limit.
Thank you very much.
What will be very interesting is how the communist states, like which are supposedly not to believe in religion, will fall into this pattern of work of becoming part of or becoming in line with the rest. And this is very interesting to watch and what we are observing, how we know Russia now is not a communist state, but whatever we call it is more what we call Christian state. But it will be very interesting to see nations with cold missiles come from North Korea, China, and a few others will follow the path. But don't forget, they have different ways of belief, not in the name of religion, but Chinese readers have a different pattern of belief and more or less the same through different ways. They still believe in the creator and whatever they do. It'll be very interesting to watch what is about to happen in the next few months and years to come. Where would the cookie crumble with the religions? Now, which religion will crumble first that the next in the domino effect for the others to fall? And we promise you, the nation of Iran will be the first cookie.
Mr. Kesh, what will be the position of the knowledge seekers, since we've been following your teachings for a number of years, many more for some and some less for the others? Will you be teaching worldwide at that point, once this is confirmed by all the different states and religions?
We never stop teaching. Very recently, one of the world leaders has said we're giving up trying to kill him. And we tried everything. We don't stop teaching, because once the one nation structure sets as one race, a new energy, a new cycle of understanding is needed. Putting down the animosities, walking away from hateism needs to be uprooted from the blood of the man, and needs time for it to teach to go back to. You remember what the Christ said, maybe for the first time you understand in other ways. By the time the animal sings, you'll deny me 3 times.
Cock crows, yes.
Exactly. Man will then that has a religious meaning, not just as what you stated to me. mankind will go back, trying to go back to the time of animosity to keep alive. And we have to bring it back to line again. This is the third time. It won't be easy. A lot of organizations, a lot of people who believed, a lot of people who see their livelihood be in danger, they will go against the grain. But the masses will carry. Knowledge seekers are no different than anyone. The only problem you have is you received the enlightenment and you had time to analyze. So when the time comes, it should not take long. You already have followed the Mehdi for long enough. And you become aware of it within yourself. So then you become the teachers. It's not that all the factories will stop and everybody will honeycomb from the sky. We live, we carry on the same way of living, but in a different way. In a totally different. My cycle is a cycle of peace and happiness and joy and enough for everyone to have, not just on this planet. So as knowledge seekers, you already received your light. It's just that how you see it to guide you through and how you can guide the others to become one nation. And then the rest will take shape.
Will the energy pack problem start to dissolve itself this year as well?
What do you mean?
Well, the problem that we've all been facing with the inoculations and so on, will this slowly come to an end, or
you see, I sat in front of a medical doctor very recently, and I explained to him what a virus is. And he said, this fulfills what we didn't know. And now we know, and it makes sense. So when the world of science understands the report of June 20th of 2020 about the corona, which is in the hand of the world leaders, do you think there'll be need for such a thing? Would there be a need for such actions? Or would we find a total solution for man in a space? How to deal with energy packs, then we apply it here. As I said very recently, man thinks once you understand this technology, you live forever. A neutron does not live forever, and it has a cycle. Some longer, some shorter, some for millions of years. So at the end of it, there is always division and a demise for any packs of energy. Be it the soul of the man, be it the physicality of the man. It's just how we make the best of it to give and elevate the others from what we receive. That's all it counts. And at the end of it, once the world of science understands the implication of the way we explain the virus to be as an energy pack attaching itself to amino acid of the man, do we need to create more fake things, or do we need to accept and understand how to interact with it? So these things will come to an end very, very soon. We have created a huge dilemma for American government in past few weeks and in the coming week. We have a reliable, not reliable, we have a first-hand confirmation. For the first time, Pentagon has backed cash foundation for the first time. Heads of Pentagon for the first time have backed cash foundation to be spread around the world. And up to now, it's always at the point to be stopped, or at least kept under control. You will understand very soon. We are not American based, we have nothing to do with Americans, but Pentagon have taken the red to yellow, as we call it, for cash foundation in the past 2 weeks. And we all know how it happened.
Yes, in the last couple of weeks or maybe even longer, I don't know if you've ever seen the picture of the ants when they're traveling and then they come to a river or a body of water and they want to cross over to the other side, maybe to the promised land and so on. And then some ants, they sort of build or connect with one another and they make a bridge across the body of water so that the others could walk on top of them in a way and reach the other side. And I was thinking, this is kind of like what the knowledge seekers are doing in a way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but sort of laying down so that we could make a way for the others to pass through. I don't know why that's come to me, but it just had. I think Mr. Kesh is in a good mood and he's willing to share. I don't know if anyone would like to open anything up, or Alex, I know you've prepared something, but obviously this is quite exciting. This is the year and things are about to move in a major way across this planet. And I know I've been wishing for it for a long, long time. Not that long, but I mean, number of years, let's say. And I'm so glad that it's happened here. I thought I was going to have to create a new cycle and get permission from the creator to create a world of peace and harmony where no one goes to bed hungry or cold. But now I see it's manifesting right before all of us, and we're all part of it. So it's very beautiful that we could even be here. But our souls have brought us here, all of us. So feel proud, as Mr. Kesh said, that you've been touched by this knowledge, the knowledge of the Kesh Foundation. Would anyone else like to come in, perhaps?
Yes, good evening. This is Stefania.
Hello.
Good evening. I just would like to make a question to Mr. Kesh. Just because just want to understand better. So these 3 centers, no, they're gonna open up space center, one in Arizona, one in Tehran, and one in the one in Austria. Which people are you looking for to develop those centers? Do you look at scientists, doctors? I don't know if you can go deep into that, but how, or you look collective of everyone to develop these centers?
Initially, we'll call on a number of knowledge seekers which we know are enlightened to join us in different centers. Then at the same time, we have already approached a number of space organizations to join us for further development if they want to join us. We are not waiting for any government or any authorities to allow us to go into the next step. But as Kesh Space GmbH has become a company in Austria, and at the same time, Kesh Spaceship Institute now is officially signed into a company, we operate on the franchise from the 2 to operate in other countries as a, not a name, but as a commercial entity. And in that process, we approach scientists, or we open the panel for those who can bring the science of the space development. There are a lot of knowledge seekers who are very enthusiastic to help, to be part of it, but they don't carry the knowledge. They don't carry the know-how. And maybe their enthusiasm or what they know will be good somewhere in the future as part of the work of the development. But we have a target. We are directly in negotiation with governments and the space agencies. And by them coming in, we have entered a different dimension. The biggest problem was to get the flight system into position in different countries, which is getting done this month. Hopefully in January, just before Chinese New Year, the first flight unit will be positioned in the 3 nations. And then every week we add 1 more unit to each center. And in that process, we bring a number of knowledge seekers. For sure, Alex Jalan, Alex from Nigeria, a number of other knowledge seekers will be invited to join the Kesh Foundation work in different continents. And we have a list of people who we know will make the difference in teaching the new scientists coming from the present space agencies to understand our work. We have a list of number of knowledge seekers which will make an offer to on a way what we call salary-based work to join the Kesh Foundation. And in primarily to teach the scientists, for them not just to understand the gas technology, but to understand the essence of transfer of fields and energies and what it means. We put the scientists from all the agencies on a crash course of a few days and weeks, depends how fast they go with it, and they all have a target. And by 21st of March, the systems should be operable, functionable through their own understanding, even though we give them the basic systems. The number of Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in institutes and universities and space agencies is a lot. It's not that we just bring blind people with no knowledge into, we bring a lot of knowledge seekers who've been hidden in the space agencies. Head of NASA propulsion, head of NASA mission for Mars 2030. These are all heads of the divisions of NASA and are all knowledge seekers. Very, very deep knowledge seekers. The head of Russian space program, knowledge seeker. Chinese heads of the space program, knowledge seekers who are aware of fully of the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. Is just bringing the last touches and bringing it. In a way, up to now they worked in hidden, we bring them into open. Some of them are good friends, long-term friends. Head of NASA propulsion, plasma propulsion, is very, very close and familiar to the Keshe Foundation. NASA missions, most of them are close to Keshe Foundation work. Just waiting for NASA to release it. Boeing, the same. Lockheed Martin, the head of weapons strike command, Lockheed Martin, are close knowledge seekers. You got to realize that if any of you have the capability, or you can do the translation from Chinese, you easily should have seen what we released a couple of times with the Keshe Foundation. We are, as part of the structure of the Chinese space program, I'm sure Chinese officials in the background will not be unhappy. This is a billboard on the streets of China. I open it up for you. You see? Can you see it?
Yes.
This is billboard on the streets of China. This is, if you can read the top in Chinese, China National Space University. And some of the leading space scientists are in this line. And are more deeply committed to Keshe Foundation space program than Alex and Jella. I teach at the university. Only foreigner. And when you look at this picture you've seen before, we are in China space zone. And you see how we are protected. Some of these are fully armed officers of Chinese Special Secret Service forces. We are well respected. It's the same process as we said. When that promised time comes, our knowledge is already accepted. And we know who to go for and who to get in touch with. And which scientists to call to be there.
I suppose, Mr. Cash, the scientist has to be with nuclear and space background, or
we are not saying anything. We are not saying. It'll be decided primarily by the government, and priority sits with, and we know will sit with national defense, many of them. We don't disclose how we will operate. That will be foolish to do, but we see the European community will be kept out of it in a way, but operating through Austria is still part of it till we sort out the situation with the state of Belgium. We've been very well onto it with the government.
So, because I got a group of Italian scientists who they're very interested. So the best way is to refer it to
being
the
interested. Being interested does not fulfill the criteria.
They don't understand very well what need to be done. They don't understand because they're new to the. They know the plasma. They've been using the plasma during the pandemic. They were actually follow the cash.
No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. First of all, if anybody approaches us, there'll be a team of experts will assess their credibility, credentials. Secondly, we moved out of the way that I or somebody else in Keshe Foundation will decide. Keshe Foundation has brought in a team of consultants outside the framework of the Keshe Foundation. People who know nothing about Keshe Foundation. And we operate under that regime. We trusted knowledge seekers, and we got well betrayed by knowledge seekers. Any knowledge seekers which I thought one-to-one has stabbed us in the back as heavy as they could. Once they learned, once they understood, they said, we don't need you, we got there, it's ours, and we see how they pay. I can give you a number of names. Now we bring a specialist, and they cost a lot of money, but this time we are independent. Knowledge seekers have a lot of good hearts, they want to do the best. They don't carry the expertise, or very few carry a fair part of it. Now consulting groups come in, they employ or they accept people to be, unless they come through the government. It's a we learn our lessons. If you look into the, what we call, it's a common knowledge, we are not telling you anything outside to break the law. If you go into the structure of the Mark Ray in the United States, wasn't done by knowledge seekers, and you run into all sorts of problems. Just open the Mark Ray and see, since June of this year, we brought a team of experts from outside the Keshe Foundation. That primarily their job is and was to bring Mark Ray into international standard work of the stock market. And if you look, since September of this year, these specialists have brought all the work of the Keshe Foundation as a what we call knowledge, know-how, and the work of the Mark Ray by reporting into the market frequently, and even as 14th of December of this year, the third quarter. For years, we waited for knowledge seekers who were supposed to do things to do it, never got anywhere. It cost the foundation a lot of money, but we financed, we supported the public company to put his books in order by bringing in a specialist, and we've seen the result. This is the way we operate from now on. They can be the best knowledge seekers if the team of specialists we bring in, the management teams don't recognize it, don't see it, don't appreciate it, whatever. Maybe your knowledge and your work will be needed somewhere else or inside the foundation. In the next few weeks, you will hear extensively about how the foundation will start working. I've gone back into the way I ran my business before Keshe Foundation was set up. I'm a hands-off but very strong management team. I thought the knowledge seekers would do that, but you have to understand we had somebody who was very close to us, betraying us by day and night. And you all know, since past year and a half, being kicked out of the foundation, the life of the foundation has changed. We have nobody to betray us, and everything is going according to plan. What we planned, delayed by maybe 5 years, but we are back on track. I am a businessman in route for 20, 30 years at a very high level, and always relied on my consultants and advisors. I hardly work. And we have brought the Keshe Foundation the same way. You are expert in whatever, there'll be a consulting group which will decide if you carry for what it is, or they go headhunting for those who know who can. 90% of the people will bring in, especially into a space and into other parts, will be headhunted from the biggest organizations around the world with the best salaries.
Yes, and understand. I mean, if understood correctly, so you will have this specialist to find the right people, and
yep.
Okay, and organize.
Unless they come to the government. If the Italian government goes to the what we call consulting groups to consult us, and they can say this is the recommendation of the Italian government, we accept directly. But individuals have to pass credential. We had a meeting with the consulting lawyer firms in past 48 hours. All our affairs will go through one lawyering firm that will do everything for the foundation at the moment. It gives me a free hand and the Keshe Foundation a free hand to do what they're good at, and it stops the mayhem and stealing and betraying of what we saw in what we call in Ghana, in Italy, and the rest. How we were sold in Italy was just sleeping in the same bed. How we were sold the same in Ghana and other places. And that's gone. Now, anyone has to be accepted and be there. Then secondly, the vetting through national security will be done extensively. Telephone calls, people who get employed by the Keshe Foundation, everything you have is open to us. And some knowledge seekers know in recent past, we send you a message, you receive such a message on your phone, you've been in communication with such a person, we advise you to stop. A few of you have received this message in the past few weeks. We are going and we're becoming very, very professional. This is the way I used to run my businesses, and I believe knowledge seekers will be different, but we've seen not to be so, even though majority are, but those who get to the key position, going to bed with one person or the other, they got their way through it. And it won't happen again.
You also will collaborate with university, with these 3 centers. They collaborating with also.
It all depends how it goes. You got to understand, Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is a limited company now. It's a GmbH. We have to operate on the rules of the corporation. Keshe Space GmbH now is a space company on the structure of the Austrian government regulations, space regulations. And we follow the same. We bring consultants, they advise us, we bring the specialists, they advise us for everything. But we all tell them in advance, anyone you put to be a consultant has to spend time to understand what is the Keshe Foundation, what knowledge we carry, what we had, that you employ people who fit into our frame. Game has changed for a lot of us, but this way we hope we lose a little bit to the consultants, but we gain more through proper work. In Iran, we have agreed one of the top architects in Iran, present time, worldwide renowned, has joined us as a consultant in the construction of everything we do. I requested him, he was offered, and I approved his to be part of the Keshe Foundation. Well, he's one of the most renowned architects Iran has. Worldwide, he is known for his work. Is employed to be advisor to building everything we do. We do the same with our what we call architects in Europe. We've chosen well-known architects who set up the new CO2 centers, the new enhancement centers, the new water processing centers, the new space centers, all we bring a specialist. And those who are in on top of it, when they see it, when they see the results, they appreciate, is the money well worth spending? And we changed our plan of building something beginning. Now we approach different, and the head of Keshe Foundation have decided to go through what was our way, and now will become 100% our way. We're not going to go to build, we buy in to extend, and it's a different approach.
So it's like you now we bring more in people who can move things in the bigger picture, so people who can do stuff.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, okay, I understand. Yes.
If you have Italian knowledge seekers who are space scientists, but they still don't understand, it'll be very hard. I had one of the top head of, actually not top, but the head of a space agency, ex-head of a space agency on the line for about 2 hours last week. And he was trying to convince me that propulsion, you're using propulsion and you're there with propulsion and and I explained to him, no, and he could not understand it. Then you cannot fly if you don't do this. And at the end, our advisor said, Mr. Kesh, we cannot change him. He's 72 years old and he thinks that's the way it goes, and you gotta be. You want to bring him in to stop everybody else working, or you want to leave him. So with our consultant, we decided to let him go. Just because they're in and they try to do what they did all their life does not mean you have to understand the change and make the best of it and bring it into the understanding of how it works. I work around the clock at the moment, putting the Keshe Foundation in a proper manner. It took me nearly 9 months to complete, to support the organization of the market as a stock market company, to bring it to be the way I used to be, correct? And now just go and have a look and you see it. Every 2 or 3 weeks, whatever, we have submitted 8 reports, 7, 8 reports into the stock market. And these things don't come cheap. Market pays for it, and we ought to be back financially through agreements with them. And the same will be the space age, and the same with the institute and the rest. To make one nation, one planet, one race, you have to create the foundation, the correct foundation. We tried for years, and it came from one failure to another because what we were doing was reported and stopped and blocked and everything else. We were preempted, as it was discussed on the dinner table, to another people's nation's dinner table. And now it's gone. Now we work very solid, and you've seen the change in how Keshe Foundation moves on this. 2 terabytes of information has been delivered to the Iranian national security to create the execution of me. 2 terabytes, and we are in possession of the information by the people we kicked out a year and a half. Lies, cheats, even offering to sleep with them somewhere. What they did for years in the Keshe Foundation. We open the doors, you will see. The Iranian national security is baffled. You thought we had it damaged by the guy in Antwerp, Dirk. She's been the boss, telling them what to do and how to damage. 2 terabytes. Your laptops doesn't carry that much. You don't send your enemy to be executed, let alone your ex-husband. Unless you've been working for national security from the beginning. we will open to you a lot to understand how Keshe Foundation has survived, how your knowledge seekers been taught so much in the background. Now everything is in the hand of professionals. You have a knowledge, you think you can be part of the space technology, interact with the consultant, and then pass the national security clearance.
To interact with the consultant, you have to email the Keshe Foundation, I suppose, info@keshefoundation.org.
We will announce it as it's done and the way it's done. If you are in a space business, soon through the space agencies we work with, you'll be informed how to do it. You got to realize Keshe Foundation now owns 3 independent research centers of its own. We don't disclose, but we have 3 centers which we research, and all employees are 100%. The company is owned 100% by Keshe Foundation. If we see people appropriate for certain work, they already work without you knowing inside our research centers or to as part of the research group.
Yes, understand.
And the knowledge seekers in these research groups, they recommend they listen to all the teachings that are in Rick's teachings, they go through all the news, all the publication, or whatever knowledge seekers do, and they monitor. That's their job. If they see something, they bring it on what we call board meeting, and we discuss such and such a person we would like to bring in, for what reason. We don't disclose, but in a way you got to know how Keshe Foundation has changed, because there's no destructive force in it anymore. You have to deal with the agencies, you have to deal with the consulting groups you bring in. And if they see appropriate, yes. We brought many knowledge seekers, and we found out they're beautiful knowledge, they're beautiful souls, but they don't carry what we call the knowledge, the expertise.
But suppose one can learn from the other. You know, we can learn from those people who are more expert.
Yeah, but I'm out of this frame of work, because now we concentrate on what we know best and what is to come. The expansion of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, preparation for the 6th of June, preparation for the 22nd of February. Is all part of our next level of work.
So now the real work starts.
The real work started 7 years ago, 6, 7 years ago. But we had what we call problems. We solved the problems. Now we have no problem.
Yeah, yes, of course, yeah.
I mean, you were in Italy, you know how hard we worked to build Italy, and we always had a problem. They set a company by the advice of the person we kicked out to set a parallel company to drain Keshe Foundation. They were advised because in black and white. How can you grow when they advise when you are about to expand to break open somewhere else and steal from the foundation? We have things will be submitted openly. We're just waiting for time and the place.
Yeah, I do understand. I think this is definitely the right move. Yes.
We know it's right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Filippo has had his hand up for about 20 minutes. Would you like to come in here, Filippo?
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Cash. Could you hear me?
Yeah.
I got a question. What about all the knowledge seeker? They operate outside of the foundation. Maybe they have some cooperation with some doctor or stuff like this. Not all the knowledge seeker are interested in space technology. Maybe they look at the technology in other way, and they are happy with a small thing. I mean, knowledge.
I understand a lot of people do. A lot of people done this, and we don't have claim over everything. We open the patterns for people to expand it according to their understanding. But the main streams of the Keshe Foundation, as I said to the board of the Keshe Foundation team very recently, we expand the small items. You buy a patch here, you buy a cup there. If you think of it, we have to sell 100,000 cups or 20,000 cups to sell one enhancement unit and develop the technology through it. So there are many, many knowledge seekers who expand different part of these little, and they make a living out of it, or they expand the research into part of their own work. We see that extensively in Romania. Many knowledge seekers in universities and in Romania have done different research and everything. If we see it appropriate, we ask them to join the mainframe of the Keshe Foundation work. Otherwise, we try to help them or collaborate with them. And we have people in France, we have people in China, we have people, knowledge seekers who make millions out of Keshe Foundation. We know them. We don't disclose anything about it. They take the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, part of their own expertise, they mix it together and they get the results, and they're happy with the stream they open, and we support them. But the main work of the Keshe Foundation is structuring things. You will see in the next few weeks that KF Institute, Keshe Foundation Space Institute, will open these channels of research, as we said, groups of minimum 3 to join in and to start expanding. And we support them. And it's a different ball games for us from now on. And it is step by step. It's taken a long time to be where we are now. Maybe we needed these delays and hiccups and whatever in past few years for us to mature, and I think it's the right time to mature.
I think so, Mr. Cash. But in so many ways, the gift you gave us is one of the most amazing thing in my life. I think in the life of many people, playing with technology is amazing. I can't imagine my life without this technology. It gave me so much. In just listening your teaching, just this is so much for me, and I'm happy. Whatever it is, is amazing. It's amazing.
I hope it helps a lot of people, and I hope we teach freely. And we never know what is the next steps and who you teach, what will they come up with, and how much they can participate, or they do without knowing, kindle a light in the knowledge of one person who will bring a lot of other things to it. I've been in recent past in meeting some of the most influential people in the world of science, different sciences, finance, and all sorts. And they tell you, I'm a knowledge seeker. I've been a knowledge seeker for a long time. But I chose to keep and do the things myself without announcing or going anywhere. Knowledge seekers, we have kindled the light of knowledge in the heart and soul of the man. And that's where our revolution comes from. Not on the television channels and media. And I think that's been one of the best things ever happened to any structure like us. We have touched the soul by knowledge, and we have touched the man with it.
It's so beautiful.
They say beauty is an eye of the beholder. How much you can benefit by it. But does it bring you? Does it bring you satisfaction of doing something, or does it bring satisfaction of knowledge? That you become knowledgeable to understand a little bit more.
Both.
That's all it counts. And as I said very recently, and I hope all of you find happiness, joy, and peace with, through, and amongst knowledge seekers, and with knowledge seekers, and with the knowledge we are having past year. And it has allowed us to open many, many doors.
You know, Mr. Cash, I learned English. I spent so much time to improve my English just because of you.
I hope your English gets better. At least you teach me some Italian. 6 years in Italy, I didn't learn much. But I hope it gives you a chance to teach.
Maybe. We will see. The thing is, this technology is so playful. It gives me joy to do things. Even by myself, sometimes you reach a point that you need to share it because you want to share it. But I play guitar, I play music, but I understood clearly that music can't reach the playfulness, the pleasure of this technology. And I'm a musician from a long time ago, and I love music, but this technology is more. And this has surprised me. Is more. I can define this technology. The pleasure gives me back. gives me, I remember sometime, maybe 2 years, 4 years ago, I can't remember when, you talk about extending life, and you make me dream about this, and you give me a lot of pleasure, lot of peace inside myself, and what you give me is I don't need any more anything. I don't. Maybe if I can teach or be helpful, I'm happy for this. But what you give me is so much, and if I can give something back to the Cash Foundation, it's just because.
Just try to teach that you might give the same pleasure to someone else.
I'm doing this. I'm doing this already.
That's all we need to do. The thing is, we don't go back on things, but we told you this, you do that. From the beginning of the Cash Foundation, we freely thought and we left it for others to take from it what they like and enjoy what they like and be around for as long as they like. And that's all we do. That's all we done. And is unconditional teaching. And to me, if a knowledge has to be taught, doesn't matter what it is, be it the soul, be it the reactor, be it political, whatever. I see it as a betrayal if I don't teach it, and I cannot do. And that's all we got to do, to teach, because you don't know what you trigger, what you put in. And when to stop and when to move on. It's I do the same way. We saw in the very recent past, around about 13th, 14th of December, that there was a huge possibility that the peace talks 5+1 will break up, and for wrong reasons. And on the 15th at 11 o'clock, 11:01, we interfered very heavily, directly. And we saw within a day, 2 days, everything went back on course. And now we see what we wanted is going to be achieved. And because of that interfering on the 15th, now we have stepped out of the 5+1. We pulled. We haven't finished with it. We become what we've been, a guardian. We saw the problem. And the interesting is that I saw this problem 3 weeks before. I knew it's going to come to this point, so we made documents ready for it. And on the 15th of December at 11:01, we hit the Americans with the hardest hammer they could ever be hit. And the claims and everything else just opened up. And now you will see negotiations will complete in the next 2 months. In a satisfactory way, in a beautiful way, the way we wanted it, and we achieved it. We don't need to be there, we done our job. Now it's time to concentrate on supporting the change to come. And that's why John and I, we agreed that we do the first flight testing in Arizona. And we are both working right through it. Even during the holidays, we haven't stopped, we carry on. And the team in Austria, even during the holidays, hasn't taken much holiday off working. The Chinese are doing the same. Arizona is on the same strength, getting ready for everything. And because we believe in it and we teach it really for it to be there. And the announcement of testing in Arizona is as a feedback to 5+1. I hope many of you realize that. We said we would not transfer technology. The first piece of technology of the Keshe Foundation has already been transferred across Atlantic. Is in the United States. We would have never done this, and that was a special reason for it, and I respect it, and I love to do what I did. And now you will see the space reactors, the vision enhancement reactors will fly directly into Arizona. Arizona will become the center of excellence. It's just the love I have, the respect I have for John, and the sincerity he and I work together to get it done. And it's there and it expands and it'll develop. But that's what I call a peace dividend. We don't have work in 5+1. We have literally hammered into the heads of the IEA where they went wrong and how they went wrong. The Americans were informed immediately, and there was no ground to discuss anymore. And now we start. Maybe by 21st of March, a lot of us will see a lot of things because the space reactors, the space systems are physically in 3 different nations getting developed by scientists of the governments and the knowledge seekers who are closely associated with us. As one of the Iranian close to the leadership said, aren't these Belgians ashamed of themselves, trying to destroy one of the most beautiful technologies, sending us 2 terabytes of rubbish to execute you? We appreciate what we have and we protect what we receive. Try to share, try to teach the knowledge, and you never know who you teach and what you teach.
Cash, let me just, Filippo, have you finished?
Oh, yes.
I was reviewing, I think it was the 411th, and I want to say we welcome the space scientists into the Keshe Foundation. I must have missed it the first or second time through, but you said on the flight enhancement units that on the, I guess the energy that's created and not used by the system would form these little plasmas, I guess on the outside of the shell. And if we didn't know how to disperse it, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but you said if we didn't know how to disperse this energy, that it would actually turn in and could be like a missile towards our own flight unit. Apparently, there's still work to be done with these systems. I don't know if it's a little bit of work or you refer
No,
to it as,
no. I think you misunderstood.
sparks on a wheel, sort of.
No.
Okay.
In the interaction of the field, we always have vortexes of fields created new plasmas. And you have to understand, if you can keep these plasmas as a plasma and not allow them to become matter state of the plasma, it's very much like neutrinos. Neutrinos are what we call neutrinos, are plasmas. As long as you can keep them plasma, they go through you. As long as you don't allow them to interact, to become interactable with the inertia of the system due to mass related interactions, then they become matter and they become a missile. And this is a knowledge we know fully and we can change it. There is a very advanced level of knowledge and technology. We are not short of the knowledge, but it's understanding the possibilities and the interaction of the fields. There is a very big misunderstanding in the world of the astronomy and cosmology. We can say a majority of the what we call the light in the sky, what we call, whatever you have a name for it, as we see them, lights or material entering into the upper atmosphere of the earth and burning, are not created by debris from the solar system. Majority of these are created by the interaction of the field of the earth with the field of the moon and the sun and the rest of the solar system, and plasmatic space inertia converts them into matter on the upper atmosphere, and they become instantaneously matter, and then they burn as a bright light in the sky, shooting stars. We have the same position in the flight. Majority of the meteorites, well, not the meteorites, but what we call shooting stars we see, is created by the Earth's plasmatic inertia itself. It doesn't come from the cosmos, it doesn't come from the solar system. The interaction of the fields, they make the carbon or hydrogen or oxygen. If they find, which always find, plasmatic field inertia, they convert in space to matter state. This is the way the seed of the stars and moons are set. And we see them as shooting stars. Our space is not so much full of dust that we get so much meteorite continuously coming into Earth and we see them all the time. Earth creates them itself by the interaction of its field with the fields of the larger materials in the solar system and partially through galaxy fields. And suddenly they change into a matter state for a short time, but because they're in a high speed rotation, they become pulled and they become meteorites as we see them, or what we call shooting stars as we see them. is the instantaneous conversion of the energy into mass, and then by the interaction of the what we call atmospheric motion, they burn back into the wind and they become energy again. This is not known knowledge in the present science. We're always seeing all the meteorites, all the shooting stars coming from the space dust. No. Inertia is not exclusivity of the planet. Inertia has a plasmatic field strength too that can create inertia, and it does happen continuously in our atmosphere. So we have the same thing in our flight system. And there is a way that is being developed that these inertial plasmatic conditions will not allow matter state to take place to become a missile active. If they become as an energy, they go through us or they get absorbed by us. It's a teaching of unknown that it was not known up to now. Now, for the first time, we know. Our shooting stars is created by the direction of our own field of the planetary system. An inertial mass ratio, which is created in our atmosphere in the plasma. It's instantaneous. And then if it goes through the cycle of the, what we call it's more or less transmutation. You get it as a piece of stone or piece of rock somewhere on Earth, if the plasmatic mass is huge. It didn't exist. This meteorite, what you call it, or these pieces of dust you get on the roof was not created, did not exist even 500,000 kilometers from the Earth. We created it through the interaction. We converted from the plasma into a mass ratio and a mass in interaction with the field of the Earth burning out. And that was the reason for this part of teaching. To understand this.
Thank you. That's a new awareness for me. I thought it all was dust or particles from space that were burning.
No, we created ourselves.
Yeah, yeah.
This is why our space reactors are very much different than our other reactors. The space reactor flight system is not disclosed yet. They only be disclosed into the space systems which they start developing in 3 nations. Then we teach them.
I have a question about that. Can I?
Yep. I came here as a knowledge seeker. Somehow I got caught in other things. Okay, carry on.
Okay. When neutrino enter anybody's body, it is stay all the time, or it goes or decay?
It goes through you.
Yeah. So it is
unless your body or part of somewhere in your organs or somewhere accidentally hits it, or as it's going through it, has the inertial mass conversion of converting into the matter state or another different energy level. Be able to slow it down in the strength.
It is
or
stay?
reducing its strength.
Okay. And if I die, then where it goes?
It's not neutrino anymore. Now it's part of your body.
Okay.
It goes where the rest goes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cash, excuse me. What you described before should star is more or less what's happening with the cup creating salt. The salt we see on the cup is this is what I try to understand, is the soul of the cup, magnetic gravitational field.
Yes.
Try to become matter, try to manifest as matter
No,
interacting with, okay.
No, some of it goes through that phase, but some of it is interaction of the fields of the environment.
With the inertia, because it's
With
so
inertia. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
You're welcome.
We don't have any engine in the spaceship, right? So where do we collect the energy in the spaceship? Which side, which part?
Can you repeat?
In the spaceship, there is no engine, right? So which way we keep the energy inside it? How?
I don't understand. You mean there is no engine in the...
No engine.
Yeah, yeah.
We have no engine. We work on the basis of the reactor field operation.
Okay. And where do we keep the field? Inside the spaceship or everywhere?
Yes, yes, is operative.
Okay.
Is operative, and we make a lot of calculation in how to be done. In the space reactors in the coming time, you will see an amazing space reactors without containment.
Okay, thank you.
It's a knowledge unknown, but in a short time coming, you will understand the space reactors, especially for flight, which have no containment.
And when is the spaceship start? That time it vibrate or just suddenly it goes, just fly?
What? First of all, we are negotiating with the financing side for building of new airports. I was discussing it in a very recently with some of our specialists. With the new reactors, with the new what we call space system, we do not envisage side doors the way we are introducing in the present what we call flight system. We see a different way of loading, totally different way of loading. And this is primarily, you have to realize we introduce technology in the steps. And in that step, we allow the scientists to understand it first before we bring in the next step.
Okay, thank you.
The space reactors for deep space travel have no containment. They have no motors. It's very much like a sun.
But I want to know, is there is any vibration or anything?
What do you mean?
Like any difference, is shaking or vibration, or when it holds the energy?
You better board one and feel it, and then tell me. The best thing is that Austrian authorities has allowed Keshe Foundation to sell tickets for flights.
Yeah.
Our certificate, what we call our charter, allows selling of tickets. So very soon we'll offer tickets for flight.
Okay.
We are hoping not to be in 250,000 tickets, but some tickets originally might be go for novelty for that kind of prices.
But I like to go to free. Not with $1 million.
Find somebody very, very good friend in the Keshe Foundation space team.
Mm.
You go for free, but the luggage is a little bit more.
I don't need any luggage. I don't need anything.
Yeah, we'll let you your physicality to go free, but you have to pay for your soul transportation. I think that's good. The principle of the flights. We have been working nearly a year, no less than a year, in trying to get KF Space GmbH registered in Austria. And the same with the Spaceship Institute. And now we operate as officially a space organization, not just on the internet, but officially as a company.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, this has been a truly enlightening afternoon or evening, depending where you are, or perhaps morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And since there'll be no kings and no presidents, I would imagine there'll be no elections, or will these be phased out over a period of time? How will the nation operate or as one nation? How will people know what they need to do, or will things continue on in this sort of manner for a while as it's sort of switched over to a one nation?
There is something for sure. We'll get a unified system. It'll take some time, but we'll get the applicable unified system, because you don't, at the moment, if you live in Europe, you get somebody from Africa or Middle East coming, they put all sorts of restrictions that they can't have the benefits and the advantages that our national can have. For sure, these things will eliminate. It totally will go out, because it's all one nation. It just goes, how can we help you to make your life easier? Not that you're not one of us, you're different. It's very much, those of you who are a German background, you saw what happened with the Turks. Turks were welcome in the Second World War to build Germany, but they were never accepted as Germans with a different passport. Now, as one race, we collectively endeavor to find it comfortable for each other. Doesn't matter where you come from. And it takes some adjustments. It's not going to be so easy, especially those in the West who says we did so much, we done. You got these things on the back of stealing from the others. So now it's time to open up. But at the same time, those who we call others have to understand that it takes time to go through a process and to do it. We learned it again from the Germans when the East Bloc opened. When East Germany opened, they brought them in as one family. They didn't make them second-class citizens. The way German Chancellor brought in the changes in the opening of the East Germany into West is an exemplary job. And the same pattern has to be followed. A lot of regulations and rules become obsolete overnight. We won't have refugees, we won't have people on the boats trying to survive. It's what we can give you when you come, and what we can give you at the point you are that you are the same. It won't happen over a few weeks or a few months, it'll take years to do it. But gradually we'll go. If you go back, we set an example of this in Ghana. Why did we get such a big opposition in Ghana, and why they use it against us? If you remember, we paid the Ghanaians, graduates from the, what do you call, master's degree from Atomic Energy University, the same as the basic European wages, which was more than the minister was earning. And this couldn't be. We don't talk, we already started with, so we go back to it. These things takes time. Why do I need to go to another country, leave my family, where I can still go to another country? I go in the morning, I come back in the afternoon, I still get same wages. I still live a comfortable life as I was working there. So it will bring it. A lot of people will have a lot of false expectation, but gradually will be set. You'll find many people on the streets of India who were born and die on the pavement. Now they want to be equal to a doctor over the others. You have to educate you. It takes time to bring in, to change. But a doctor in jungles of Africa, who's got a degree from university as doctor, should be respected and valued the same as a doctor in New York or London. Depletion of the resources has to come to an end, and that's part of our work. In a very, very short time, Keshe Foundation will announce the opening of 1,000 enhancement centers. About the speed we can open up this enhancement, that depends how much machinery we can produce to support it. And then majority of these will be allocated into the third world countries. What is known as a third world, but to us is the nations which have been deprived by being stolen from. And then we enhance to do more. We need about 10,000 enhancement centers to just be able to bring some balance. It's a very, very hard, long road. It's not going to be overnight unless the governments change and everything else. Yet, unless, again, as the head of Iran national television said, they show the what we call manifestation of the Mehdi, and the whole world goes crazy, and then we all become equal, and then we all do everything to help each other, and then that's the difference. Then it comes to one point. Who makes the rules? Or who does not make the rule, but guides? And that guidance goes to Universal Council. Then you understand the importance of the Universal Council. And then you understand the importance of the Earth Council. From all nations, but from no nation. Italian member of Universal Council is Italian, but Italian in New York, Italian in South America, Italian in Australia, Italian in Rome, Italian in London. You're all the same because you have one Universal Council. Then you understand what is set up regionally and fundamentally. We are all citizens of one nation. And a good leader makes sure all the members of the citizens of his nation are treated equally. And when there's a shortfall, you cover for them to be equal.
I really like the approach, and I'm sure more as they understand this will also embrace this approach. And it just seems like you've been there and done this before, maybe numerous times. It's just amazing the confidence and the surety you have in the way, again, some things are up in the air, but most things are going in the direction as you have indicated to us over the years. Thank you very much. Jalal, are you with us? You're very quiet today. I was hoping to hear your beautiful voice.
Thank you, Mark. I'm listening.
Aren't we all? A great way, a beautiful impetus to start the 2022. As Mr. Kesh said, we're coming in full blast. So very beautiful.
If you go back, for example, of the history, in the very recent past history, we've seen it. We've seen it 2 or 3 times in the past 100 years, especially in the past 30 years. If a leader of a nation or any leader in any position puts the nation ahead of his position or his ego, you will see he will succeed in what he sets to achieve. We've seen that very clearly with Ceausescu, Romanian leader. He put his nation ahead of him and he changed the nation, but outside didn't want to know. It was one of the richest nations in communist bloc. And he paid with his life for those who changed it because they didn't want him to be there to show his success. We saw his success after he was killed, how rich the nation was. The best example we have is Gorbachev. I was lucky enough, I was fortunate enough to be around at the time of Gorbachev. And I admired his work and his audacity and his, what I call, love of his nation was bigger than him. He could have resisted 1990 revolution, and it would have made a bloodbath in Eastern Bloc. He stepped down, he allowed it to go through. And I have praised him many, many times. And a couple of knowledge seekers were with me in Italy very recently, a few years ago, where there was, he was supposed to appear privately in a private conference, there were about 100 people invited by invitation. And I was fortunate enough to be invited. And he couldn't come. We all went to Rome to meet him. He was a close
man, but extremely admired. And when I arrived with the other people, we were 2 of us, 3 of us, he sent a message privately that he could not come because of due to ill health, and his wish was to meet. Because we understand people like this, we support people like this. And I wonder if the religious leaders and the world leaders will be as courageous as him to allow the betterment of the nation to be more than their own, what do you call it, pride and position. And always, after the revolution in Russia, what we call Sicily, when it changed, I always stood solid by Gorbachev and admired his work. And he fully knew about my work behind it. And because if we see this, especially Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, in stepping down as a religious leader in a manifestation of the what they call Mehdi, and with it carries the rest of the religious group. The same with Vatican. Then we will see a peaceful transition, peaceful time. And the same will go with the rulers of this planet. We're expert in changing things, but we don't do it on our own. You are knowledge seekers. You're the one who changes that seed. We ask you to pray for the negotiators to go. Now, we soon will come to you and ask, especially Universal Council, to support the soul of the religious leaders and world leaders to go through this transition of time to one nation smoothly. In the next few weeks, next few days, we'll put that request to Universal Council. You change the war to peace, you change the position of negotiation, you understand why now it is there. Now it's time to elevate the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders to go through a transition of one nation, one planet, one race, in a way, one belief, and that's in the Creator, with no name as the religion. That's going to be what I call a trump card, that it's needed to go through it. But we need people like Gorbachev, that betterment of the human race takes over than the personal bank accounts and position and titles. I foresee Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran to step down as a religious leader and accept the position of the appearance of Mehdi. And with it, he'll carry the rest of the Iranian nation Islamic world. And with it, Vatican will join. We did not bring the knowledge just to be from Iran. We brought the condition to create the condition of leading, both from the science and the soul. And we expect Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran to step down as Ayatollah while he's alive and accept the what we call humanity as one race, which is the promise of the promise. We will see. When we come to you when the time is right, and you will do it and it'll be done. Because you do it through the sincerity of the soul of the Universal Council.
may I say that as already we know, all holy books is written and all religion are waiting for the glory of God. What do you call mechtion? So I think that the consciousness, free consciousness of humankind is prepared to accept mechti, no?
Now accepting it is a different challenge.
I'm speaking about normal people, not about the leaders.
You have to carry the leaders for those who follow to be there behind, to be the believers.
A lot of pioneers from Iran just went in all world to teach about this message of one planet, one nation. As you know, and I think
the whole structure of one planet, one nation, one race is to bring the world leaders to understand as one place, not creating another religion. There is no room for religion as you trying to implement. That's why that religion failed miserably.
yes, I agree with you. I understand.
So
yes.
it's not creating another religion, another sect, another group to be. This is what we call the freedom of the man to understand his position through his soul, and not to create another name, another temple, another religion, another sect, and the rest of it we've seen. What you're referring to failed miserably, became another banking system, which failed again.
It's a pity.
It was put the wrong way. It was set up on the wrong basis. You have to create a condition that does not matter. You talk about the one planet, one race, then it becomes one race as a universal race. Because once you cross that barrier that you're all equal on this planet, you're equal in the rest of the universe. And then the understanding of the knowledge of the creation and the creator becomes easy. That's the difference. There are no churches and religions in the space for no one. Why man has gone this way, maybe it's the way the fire told them to do. But the wrong fire and the wrong light. But now will come, we're on the verge of that change. And as I said, we see the breakthrough through Islamic Republic of Iran, both science and religion together.
The world needs new arrangements to be together and to bring spiritual solutions. I mean, originated on the ethos of Zoroastrianism, to be good, to think good, ethos of the foundation. And we need a structure to implement this ethos. And a new paradigm of knowledge, of thinking, and also of kind of administration. This is my feeling. but we don't know what Mother Mitra would like to do with humanity and our solar system, universe, and unicos. We'll see in the future. I'm not sure I will be in life, but my soul for sure maybe will remember these lives. I'm confident myself. I cannot believe without confidence and optimism, without vision about our common future of the universe, to be united, and our common denominator to be this energy called mitra, energy of light, of love. It's our essence of the creation. We have this in common. We have, so for me, NACT is mitra. It's the same for you. Jesus Christ is mitra, and all messengers of the Creator is a soul of mitra. If humanity needs a physicality for mitra, mitra will have it. But for me, it's not necessary to have this physicality, because mitra at the soul level is eternal. She's there together with the Creator. She is the essence of the Creator. We can feel her, and she will elevate the soul of humanity, including the soul of the leaders. Hopefully, as soon as possible. The problem is that all kinds of leaders, they will fight for their position and preservation of their power. Only if they will understand that for the benefit of humanity is better to give up their ego, and so their ego is their power, struggling for power. Politics is just struggling for control and power, and not politics which is right, just. We have to struggle for humane security, for humane soul elevation, but not struggle to work together. This is not right word. We never have to struggle for anything, just cooperate, work together as a wise, elevated human being in cooperation with other races from the universe, and together to understand that we are the creation of the Creator, and Mother Mitra is a common ground of everybody. We are part of the creation. We are the physicality of the soul of Mitra, because the soul of Mitra is within our soul. We are part of this race, divine race. For me, grace to you now, it's very clear what is Mitra. Before, I wasn't so aware of this, but I found on my soul, I found on my interior that my micro universe is the same with the macro universe and unicos. If you would like to understand the universe, we have to travel inside us at the soul level, of course, and try to feel, to visualize all the universe inside our universe, and understand that soul is what linked everybody. Every cells is united at the soul level. And this soul is just the sun, is just a black hole, is the same principle. So principal matter is what unifies us as a unicos. At the principal matter, we communicate all and we are one. Mitra creates this principal matter. She is principal matter. She is the soul of the universe and of the unicos, together with the creator, of course, together as a masculine and feminine energies, masculine and feminine balance powers, power of creation, and masculinity is the principle of force. Feminine principle is the principle of intuition, of creation, of physicality and soul at the same time. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm talking maybe from my experience and in relation with your soul now, connection with your soul and soul of our mother. Our mother, Mitra, is a divine force, the divine energy, the divine spiral, the divine vortex, which decreasing the intensity creates all physicality of the universe. She is eternal. This feminine principle is love, unconditional love, is peace, is joy, happiness, justice. We human beings, we have just to feel it in our heart and seek for Mitra. She is there. We are Mitra, all of us. We become messenger of peace. We become messenger of the creators because we are part of Mitra. Mitra lives within us, in our heart. And we are part of Mitra at the soul of man, level 2. Leader of the planet, be wise, open your heart, free your soul of man to fly at the origin, at our source, and from this source, take the essence of knowledge, the totality of knowledge. Leave your ego. You are not here for your ego. You are here to serve humanity. You are here to be the servant of all children of Mitra. We are all children of Mitra, and we have to sustain, help each other. And if a higher and bigger plasma, powerful plasma, will help a smallest plasma, which is not so strong, will fulfill the law of the universe, the laws of plasma, the laws of the soul. In this way, we equilibrate the difference between people which have a lot of access to different resources and people which doesn't have. Now it's time to equilibrate this. If we need peace of ours at our soul level, peace of mind, peace in physicality, we have to start to share what we have and to give freely from our heart. Give and protect other brothers and sisters in need. Egoism be replaced with altruism and generosity. New types of values to be at the base of new civilization. New civilization needs new values, new beliefs, new spiritual strengths. And Mother Mitra has all this prepared for us. She has a divine plan for the humanity. Just to open our heart and communicate, listen to her, try to understand her, and share with all our communities the same dream, the dream of peace, of abundance, of justice on this earth. And not only on this planet. We need at the universe and unicos level to follow the same rules of the universe, the same laws. Laws of Zoroastrianism, which we know here, but these laws are the laws of the universe. Soul is correct. Soul is always good. And he is our guide. He guides us in our mission to be good, to think good, to speak good, and to do always good. This is enough to make a change at humanity level. And these pandemics just help us to understand that we are just one. And many people had a lot of time to travel inside and to find their own soul of physicality, and to communicate with the soul of man in coherence, and in coherence with the heartbeat of the planet, with the heartbeat of the sun, of the universe, and of the unicorns. It's so easy to follow this. We do not need leaders to show the way. We are our own leader, because all we have a soul, and this soul is our leader because he is correct, he is just, and he follows the laws of the universe, because soul is part of the principal matter of the unicos. Our soul is so powerful, is so right, is so just, is so good, is so beautiful. I love my soul leader, and I thank you, Mr. Kesh, because you helped me to understand this. And God bless all humanity, all leaders, and elevate their souls. I'm waiting for Mitra to have a new physicality, if she considers it, and to be ready, all to follow this ethos, and to explain to other people, to teach to other people about these laws of the cosmos, of the universe, of the creators, of Mother Mitra. Doesn't matter the name, but it's so beautiful to be good. We are healthy, we become healthy very quickly if we understand this principle, that universe is good, the soul of the universe is beauty and good, and we are part of the soul of this unicos and of this universe, and we are so beautiful, so good, plenty of light and joy, and this light shine inside us.
Can I ask you a question, Salomia?
Yes, please, Jalal.
Hi, everyone. Why you are waiting for Mitra and you choose to change this physicality? Why especially this physicality?
No, I think that humanity needs to see. For me, it's not necessary to see a new physicality, but maybe not human being, and especially leaders, are prepared to understand this, because they are against, now is a war against the link, connection with the source. When I start to write on some articles about this, they just erase it, because media is against this. Because they controlled by this, they control us, starting to cut the link between our soul and our soul source, which created our soul. I am aware of this work, and for this reason we have to protect the soul of Mitra, the link, our link with the creator, because on this planet many people are just disconnected. They have a soul, but some people doesn't have a soul. I don't know why. Doesn't have an active soul, I mean.
I don't think the soul need protection, my dear. It is the time for you really that you have given the chance to take a path which direction you want to go. It is the pleasure that you can decide for once to yourself, not dictated by any other environment. This is you choose, and that's the beauty. This is the awareness of everything.
Yes, I agree with you. But what to do is a lot of leaders which are not believers from China and from Russia. And even in Romania, we have many people which are not believers because in Romania we had communism. I am a product of the school of communism. And when I was young, I didn't believe in anything like this because my professors, my teacher at school taught me something different about materialism and all. But my mother was so spiritual, and at the end, she died happy because I understood about our spirit. And also I have some professors which were so spiritual, and they said, do not believe what communist people said. You are so naive. God, creator, is there. And he had a lot of power, a lot of strength. We do not have any big bang. We have these divine powers. And now I met Mr. Cash and other friends, and I'm happy that I'm not the same person which I was in my childhood. I have shame of what I have been, but I believe too much on my professors and my teachers at school. And we have many scientists, many people which are not believers, and I can understand them. I went in Landeck and I had people from China. I had their spiritual leaders from around the world, which were my colleagues. And I started to talk about the creator, and they didn't understand about this. I start to speak about Buddhism and Buddha, but anyway, we didn't have something in common to discuss, but at the end, they understood the message that the spirit and the soul of Buddha, of Krishna, of all these prophets of the God is the same.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. I will stop to talk sometimes. I apologize, but I want to express myself. I need to share with you because you are my community with the same values. I can talk with all people because they are not prepared to receive this message. Okay, I am happy this night because Mr. Cash gave us a positive message. I do not like all this political plays. Even I study international politics. I never was so happy with, and I didn't understand their paradigm. Always I propose a shift paradigm in international relations. Because of this teaching, we have war. They have schools of war, of studying conflicts, not solving conflicts without conflict. The school of peace. This we need, to have everywhere schools of peace.
Should we name them Salamia schools?
Because this is my name. No. Just peace. Yes.
Could we allow others to come in if they'd like?
Of course, I will finish. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh, okay. I see Rick is here. What brought you in today, Rick? It's beautiful to see you've joined us, and it's always nice to see when John comes in as well. But please, if you'd like to share with us anything. We've gotten a beautiful message today from Mr. Cash. Beautiful, beautiful. Rick, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you. I see your mic is open. Oh, there you go.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I didn't catch Mr. Cash. I just got in here now, actually.
I think it'll be editing it, I hope. And we'll have a beautiful, large segment from Mr. Kesh today.
All right.
Thank you for
Look
joining
forward
us
to that.
and adding to the field strength. Thank you.
As
was
we said,
asked-
as we said, the new year, a new approach, huh, Rick?
I guess so. For me, Sunday's usually a work day. That's why I don't make it to the meetings here, because I have to work on weekends in order to pay for the rest of the week when I'm not able to work because of the workshops. So, but I spent all day, New Year's Day, sick in bed because I had a severe headache and most of today as well. So I just got up, figured I might as well attend the meeting here. So here I am.
You've inspired us all over the years. We know that it's been a long road, and apparently we're coming to the end of one and the beginning of a brand new cycle. As we know, with Mitra coming in and being present here, it's the change of our cycle and understanding, and a few more coming our way. Mr. Kesh was very positive today in the overall view of what's about to happen. He said even the Pentagon was behind him. He didn't elaborate, but this is the first time that Pentagon apparently has supported Mr. Kesh. So there are things moving, and I want to congratulate all the knowledge seekers and all of those who have elevated the souls of the world leaders, the negotiators, the Iranian team, and each other. As we often think of each other, we can also elevate each other. So what a beautiful meeting today. Alex didn't get a chance to come in. I don't think, Alex, you haven't said a word all day, other than you needed an hour to get ready. So anything you'd like to share? Can you compress that teaching into a couple of minutes?
Well, excuse me, I thought I did a very good plasma seminar on a plasma level.
That was great. It was beautiful.
I'll have to come back next week and manifest this seminar in physicality.
Yes, and you won't need that extra hour, will you? It's already done.
No, I won't. But in all seriousness, I want to thank everybody for attending today, and very, very special day. There's no doubt about it. And we've been honored, and it is not often that this type of honor happens. So as part of the North American Corona team, and I want to thank all the North American international team members for attending today. And I do want to wish a special Happy New Year to everybody. First of all, I want to thank the knowledge seekers. I want to thank the Universal Council. I want to thank the Earth Council. And I want to thank Mr. Kesh and all the knowledge seekers in the background who have worked together as one team. May I just share the screen for one moment here?
Yes, go right ahead.
How much you pay before you?
Nothing.
Yes.
No, it's all free now.
Oh, okay.
The day of paying is almost over.
There's just one thing that I really wanted to emphasize today was that as we finish the rotation around the sun, and we all know that it's a rotation, so that implies a circle. The fact of the matter is, we don't come back to the same spot. The difference between yesterday and today is there's a movement. And so the difference between last year and this year is a movement. And so this picture here is to represent 1 year of the Earth rotating around the sun, but not coming back into the position at the same point that it was last year. And so this is called progress. And so I want to wish everybody a happy new year, and to give you a milestone, to know that this is the direction that the new teaching is going to go into, to understand the difference, not only for us as knowledge seekers, but also to understand that how important the work of the Universal Council is. And for them, they don't have the grounding with respect to rotation. They are universal, and as such, they entertain the universal community. And so today's discussion was going to be on an emotional transformation, which is slightly below the soul level. But I think we've all gone through an emotional journey today. And we are positively joyous at the result. Less for our benefit and more for the benefit of this planet and all those who are in the nearness and proximity of this planet, because this is what we want to do. We want to bring peace and harmony to this planet and to our universe. So on that note, I just want to sign off. Thank you all. Look forward to seeing you next week, and stay tuned for the next exciting episode. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, does anyone else want to come in here? Rick, I hope you get to listen to this. This will come up in the next couple hours. I'll put it up in the, Randy has a recording, which I'm sure he'll put in, but very, it's brought a smile to my face all the time. Basically, Mr. Kesh was talking. Go ahead, Rick.
I've got a couple of news items I'd like to present that may or may not, but probably are tied in with what Mr. Kesh said. And they're definitely, let's say, earth-shaking in a little bit here. So let me just share my screen here. I wanted to show a news article about NASA first. And here it is. NASA hires a top priest to prepare humanity for major life-changing announcement. This came out on.
I did read the article, though. I saw that as I was scrolling through. Can you enlighten us?
Well, what's going on is this is from 4 days ago. NASA has hired a world-renowned priest to help humanity for a major life-changing announcement in the coming weeks. According to reports, NASA has hired Reverend Dr. Andrew Davidson and 23 other theologians to help humanity prepare for the announcement of extraterrestrial life. So this has come out, it's not just in the before the news and that kind of sites. This is in some of the mainstream websites. And
do you think that's universal community, or is this the MECD? Mr. Kesh seemed to be focusing in on the MECD, where the church and the Iranians and so on and so forth have actually asked for the rights to broadcast the return of the MECD.
Well, everyone's going to interpret it in their own way and from their own bias and so on and so forth. So you can bet NASA is trying to put a spin on it in their way. And there's going to be other announcements. They're talking about life on Venus right now as well, in the clouds of Venus, and how it's possible for life to exist there, even though it's so acidic and temperatures and all of this. And I think when that comes out and other such things, they'll probably discover, so-called discover life on the moon and life on Mars as well. And because they have water, and where there's water, there's life, period. You can't get away from it. They cannot create water in a lab without life forming in it. So I think they're going to find that, I think we're going to find that they're going to open up about this, and that the religions are going to actually come together to accept this announcement, and probably will co-announce it along with NASA and scientists. This is what I expect. Now, here's another little announcement that ties into this. So we have the NASA thing going on, and at the same time in Russia, this came out yesterday and the day before. Top Russian bishop blasts evil, sinful vax pass, calls for active resistance. Bishop Profri, the abbot of the Solovetsky Monastery, has emerged an outspoken voice in the Russian church against the vaccines and vax passports, which in Russia are referred to as the QR codes. So last week he made this head of the Patriarch Kirill, the head of the Russian church, made a lengthy public statement stating the church's position that vaccination has to be voluntary, can never be forced, and that QR codes infringe on civil rights, in a major win for the burgeoning anti-vax movement in Russia. And so he made this statement, and then there's something that
we've also had this in the United States with the Archbishop Vagano. I've seen a couple of his videos about this taking down of humanity that must be resisted.
Yeah, so what happens in Russia is, because this head dude, the head bishop, made this statement, his statement has to be read out in all of the Russian churches, which just happened apparently. So his statement about the, the anti-vax thing and so on has now influenced the entire Russian congregation, which is most of the people, basically. So this is really big news. And this is part of the coming together of churches. I believe that the churches will be forced to come together with each other in order to be the opposition to these movements that are happening from the government and the higher ups beyond the government to push for the New World Order and so on. The churches are pushing back against that, strangely enough. And there's so many ironic things that are happening. I think this will be the year of irony, when enemies become friends and friends become enemies, and all kinds of action that way. But it's all part of the coming together of humanity. It's part of the one soul that is being manifest now.
Yes, there's the Archbishop right there, this Vagano on the right. Yeah, he's been made it, and I thought he was quite bold, yeah, in some of his statements, that this was a takedown of humanity. And if we didn't resist, again, I don't know if they're trying to save themselves and their churches, or it's just something else.
Well, that's probably part of it. And maybe it's finally activated that what's left of their soul inside to be truthful and to actually, manifest in the ways they've been talking about all these centuries. So we're moving into an era of transparency. There's no doubt about that everything is becoming so transparent that when people lie, like when world leaders lie, which they're known for doing upon occasion, then it becomes like obvious. People are looking at them and just going, "You bold-faced liar." And now we can see, because the ordinary people are now having more insight and more ability to read minds and see what's really going on. So it's almost a perfect storm in a way for everything to become more transparent and more loving and kind, because this is the ultimate result of things becoming so transparent that you can't lie, because you would look like an idiot. So I think that these are just the signs of the way things are shaking up and shaping up here in our new the new world of this new year here.
As Mr. Kesh said, there's quite a flurry of meetings and shakeups going on at the highest levels with the rabbis, with the ayatollahs, and with apparently in Rome as well.
Yeah,
a huge amount of meetings and apparently getting the stage set for the appearance of the Mekti.
well, it says in the article you brought up here, Mark, given that the patriarchy announced last week that the head of the Russian church, Patriarch Kirill, which we just mentioned, is planning to meet with the Pope. Place and time is yet undisclosed. And so they're suggesting here that that this guy, the Archbishop Vigano, that they translate his video into Russian and send it off to the Russian bishop. So this is what's happening. The churches, which normally would never communicate with each other, it's like, are you crazy? Why would I talk to that guy? And now it's you know, we must bind together to you know, be strong against this. What do they mention here? The
I think they're getting ready to have a big tag sale of their frocks and things.
yeah, it's just mentioned somewhere about how the people are all they're actually telling people to resist this vaccine movement and so on. So this is incredible that suddenly the churches are on our side of the game here in a way. At least I'm laughing because I'm not vaccinated and never intend to be. And yet 99 out of 10 of the people in Canada now have vaccine. And now if the churches are going to come out and say for people to resist all that, holy cow, it's going to be a lot of friction, because many people are now totally ingrained into the vaccine trip, and they're very much, you know, that's what they believe in. They believe in it even more than they believed in the church before. So this is going to be difficult for them to accept that they have to change their beliefs along with the church itself. We definitely live in interesting times. I think it's funny in many ways.
Mr. Kesh delivered a beautiful message, a beautiful
some people are getting upset about it and so on. I think we're living in such a beautiful, wonderful time to be able to see all these institutions breaking up and questioning themselves and each other, and making new alliances and new connections. Anyway, I thought those articles were quite interesting in regards to what's going on.
And again, our leadership is, or our direction is going to come from the Universal Council, and the stage is being set. And we elevate all the souls. I noticed that Dor is here now. Marie was here. Shweta was here from the Universal Council. So these are people we need to keep in our prayers and continue to elevate them. I don't know if anyone from the Universal Council would like to open their mics and share with us anything at this point, but thank you for your presence.
Hello, this is Marie from the Universal Council. So I will thank you for the beautiful words. Unfortunately, I was too late today, so I haven't heard what Mr. Kesh was saying, but
it'll be posted in the next couple of hours.
Yes, so I will listen to it then. And so we just need to prepare to be ready for the change, because I think this year will be very, very exciting.
That's what I sensed at the beginning. I said, this is going to be the best year that any of us have ever lived through on this planet, or perhaps all of humanity has ever lived through, where this breakthrough that we've all wanted and we've all sought, even though we didn't know we were seeking it, because the souls are peaceful. So
Yes,
basically, we've all.
and yeah, and there is a change amongst the knowledge seekers too, because there are so much collaboration and so much teaching. It's so interesting. So it's last year we really speeded up with the teaching, I think, both with Alex and Jalal. And so it's, I think 2022 will be a very interesting year for knowledge seekers and hopefully for the rest of the world as well. Yes, so, and we continue to unify our souls and the work we have already started, and sending our best wishes to the negotiators in Vienna.
Thank you, Marie, for all your beautiful work and inspiration.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the Universal Council or anyone else that would like to come in, please feel free.
You can share whatever background you want there, Mark.
Okay, I was going to end with this, I believe it's the formation of the Universal Council. I'm not sure of the title, but and then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. We're approaching about 11:30 in Europe.
Mark.
Yes, Stefania, please.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask, I don't know if Mr. Cash is still here. I just wanted to ask what you thought about what Rick showed.
Yes, he is here. I don't know if he was here. He had dropped out and he came back in. I don't know if he caught the tail end of it, but apparently the religious leaders are sort of coordinating a pushback on what they're seeing as I guess war crimes in a way, or maybe it's just threatening their particular businesses and they don't want to lose members or so on and so forth. But I think as Mitra is here, these winds are blowing and moving. I had read about this Vigano, Archbishop Vigano, several weeks ago, or maybe a month or more, and had seen a couple of his videos, and they were quite strong in opposition to what was taking place around the world. And that was just what I had noticed. Let me just move this up a little bit here. Okay. And we'll have a better background. So, Mr. Kesh, were you able, and you've probably been in touch with some religious leaders along the way in the last few weeks. Yes, come right in, please.
No, I just came in the last few minutes after Rick's presentation. But you got to realize Russian church is the last church which Vatican is after to bring into fold of Christianity of Vatican. Is literally the last church. And this is alarming for what I call Russian Orthodox Church. The whole of Ukraine war, or scene of war, discussion, or trying to get into a war position, is to get the Church of Russia under the control of Vatican is the richest church in the world and one of the most powerful one. And who goes to meet who will show you who submitted. If the Russian church leaders to go to Vatican, it means it's finished. They have a handing over the church over. And this has been the cornerstone of the war in Ukraine, trying to bring the Russian Church, Russian Orthodox Church, onto the control of the Vatican or Illuminatis. It's a very dangerous move, extremely dangerous move. We saw the same thing with the Chinese 4 years ago. I'm being informed and worked with the Chinese government. We warned the Chinese government that the Vatican is about to appoint the first archbishop into China to start destabilizing the Chinese mainland, and we saw it immediately what happened in Hong Kong. And this is extremely alarming. They might come as a way of corona or opposition to, but if Russian Orthodox Church visits Vatican, we can say goodbye to the rest of the freedom of the Christianity altogether. This is the way it works in the religious ground. I haven't heard all of it, but what I heard from our experience and our work, this is alarming, but in a way it's the beginning of the end anyway, for all to be together. They might get together, they might find a weakness and get in through the what I call plasma danger, but if they work together or they submit together to another, then we see the beginning of the end of the totality. And we'll see big changes in Russia. The backbone of Putin's ruling has been the Orthodox Church. We have to wait and see. We seen the same thing, if you remember, the John Paul as a Polish who became then the Pope was set on the same basis, if your memory stretches that far back, how the miners in Poland started, and then he got involved, and then he became a Pope, and then at the end of it, we found out from the beginning, he was set up to break up the Eastern Bloc by appointing the Polish Pope. And now we see the same. We saw the same thing in China, but in China, we warned the Chinese administration 2 years ahead, and they confined it to Hong Kong, and they managed to control Vatican. But now this is a very alarming if such a case happens. But on the other hand, it's the end of all of them. It doesn't matter how. You got to understand the politics and what goes with the church with the politics. Prime example of it is what we saw in Hong Kong. Everything we saw in Hong Kong, uprising and the rest of it was supposed to happen in the mainland by appointment of the Chinese Archbishop, temporarily Chinese Archbishop, because it was to start uprooting uprising in China. But Chinese securities are waiting for them and confined in Hong Kong. And now this is COVID, and then If it's that way, you can raise a huge alarm for what we call the fathers of the Orthodox Church of Russia. But we'll see. Not trying to be pessimistic, but we know too much facts in the background what is going on. The Church of Russia, as I said many times before, is the last church which has not submitted themselves to the Vatican or to Illuminatis. They literally obey what is said by Rothschild. And during the time of the change in Russia, Orthodox Church of Russia supported the freedom groups. And that's how we saw the splitting and breakup of the Russia was supported, especially inside Russia, not to others on 13 countries or satellites. Without the support of the church, Russian Revolution would not have been completed after the 1990s, where the government failed, church supported financially. We've seen the same thing with when Greece, Portugal, Ireland, and they failed to meet the commitments to European community. Vatican paid for it to make sure that the EU does not split up and it stays as part of the Rothschild group. And when they weathered the situation, then we saw immediately German Chancellor was chosen, a German, or what do you call, Pope was elected. All the funds which were given to these countries as a backup, as a guarantee of the Vatican, then was transferred to one to Rothschild's account and made Vatican bankrupt. Well, 4 years gone, immediately the Pope went under silence, they wouldn't kill him. But the German Chancellor for him to abdicate from the seat after he transferred all the funds into what they call Berlin. There's more into these moves in the background, and we have to see what the next one will be.
Wow, very, very interesting.
Yes, you've always mentioned that the losing king always goes and visits the winning king, as with President Trump when he was ordered by China to visit the Pope and to tell him to stop his foolishness or what they were doing in China, or when Trump went to North Korea as well. So we will be on the lookout for that. I was fooled by it as well.
It's not being fooled, it's just the way the structure works from Vatican. We were aware of the sort of splitting of China by Vatican in early 2016 from inside the Vatican. And they knew we are close to the Chinese leadership.
That's why it's important to elevate it both, the politician and the religious leader.
And the scientific world.
The scientific.
We need the scientists to be elevated more than anybody else.
And the knowledge seeker as a teacher.
That they find a way. But this is the way the politics works. I'm quite aware of these things because I've been involved in Northern Ireland peace process in 1990s. And I've seen how the system works and how the Queen of England submitted and returned Church of England back into hand of Vatican. You can now the Church of England
At
has
work,
pardon.
what you did in Ireland worked.
It wasn't I, it's a group of people. These things done by hundreds of people. We are part part of the instrumental in the financial side. But to be, you have to know what everything else is doing that is synchronized. It work in non-island, 100% work in China, and 100% if the Pope, or what do you call it, Rothschild have sat for the Russian Orthodox Church and they go to them, they've lost. You have to watch. It's the church who prepares the people to accept the situation. And the Russian church is extremely influential inside the nation. It's a backdoor to breaking up the Russian Orthodox Church, if that's the way, and they have to be aware of it. Just look, where do Rothschild live? Their headquarters. And always remember a British way of politics. Divide and rule. When you can divide them, you can break them, you can rule them.
Yeah, making groups, and when you make in groups, then you create division through these groups. Like religion maybe could be looked that way.
If I could ask you one last question, Mr. Kesh, you said, I'm the servant to the presence of Mitra. And then we said, you said, we love you, we adore you, and we worship you as a soul. How the worship part sounds like a religion. I know it's not, but how do we, if you can open that up, any part of that, when you say worship the soul of Mitra, does that mean the thinking, speaking, and doing good? If you would, you're speaking, but we're not hearing you. No, we're not hearing. Something's gone wrong there. Mr. Kesh, your microphone is moving, but we're not hearing anything. There it is. No, it is not coming through. We're just hearing some scratching sounds. There's some interference going on somewhere. with the microphone. The mic is open, but we're not hearing a word if you're speaking. I think you're quiet.
I think you had to drop and pick up.
You're clear now. It's not coming through if you're speaking. I'm sorry.
You got to understand.
All we heard was you've got to understand. Okay, I think he's left and we'll come back in. Anyone else? I know it's basically close to midnight, but we're receiving information that's so enlightening and a beautiful start to the 2022 year. As I said, this is the best year that humanity will ever experience, and will just keep getting better as the years go by. As he said, no matter what the church is going to do, or try to take over the Eastern Orthodox or whatever, eventually it's not going to work. Let's give Mr. Kesh a couple more minutes and see if he comes back in. But in the meantime, if he does come back in, he can take over the floor. In the meantime, it's, oh, here he is.
Sorry, I got dropped off.
There's some interference on your end, Mr. Kesh. Your mic is open, but we're not hearing a word you're saying if you're speaking.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah, we have a problem with the transmission. We had the same on Thursday, but we had different backups. And it seems that it's ongoing.
Would you like me to repeat the question I had?
Yes.
You said, I'm the servant to the presence of Mitra.
I answered you.
No,
Clearly.
we did not hear a word of it.
We are servant to the Creator, and Mitra is the reflection of the soul of the Creator. And in essence, we are there to serve that who has created us. What do you call God? What do you call? Whatever you name it. And man, at the present time, has achieved that level of understanding to understand that through his soul, he serves his Creator. When you serve your Creator and be part of the process of the creation and understanding the process, you don't need a religion, because the way of living is the level of creation and the Creator. Always said, if you ask and you're allowed, you're given the right, there is nothing can go and be done wrong. Doesn't matter in what level. And if you ask the creator or the soul of the creator through your soul of man, that I like to serve with my soul, the whole of the creation. And then if you are accepted, or in a way you're allowed, or in a way you manage to create that line of connection, then you're servant to his soul. And I am servant to his soul, and no one else. For me, there are no kings and no religion and no prophet. Because at the end of it, they're all his handmaid. And you don't need to be religious or to be anything special. If you ask and you are given, is your right. I wanted to be given the knowledge to serve.
So the worshiping is serving. Yes.
Serving the creator, yes, but not serving no servants, no bosses and no kings. I've explained this many times, many times, and you just refer to it in what you
It's not coming through, Mr. Kesh. I'm sorry to report that.
he considers the other to be more powerful, and maybe he can benefit by it or he's in danger by it. And this is a clear example.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kesh, but we're missing almost everything you're saying. You were so clear for the entire day. And now it's something else is going on.
He's sharing the screen now, Mark, so maybe there's some bandwidth interference.
Oh, yes. We've seen this with the King of
Can you hear me?
Yes, but it seems to be moving in and up and down.
What you just before, when
No, it's not working. It's not working. We're not. Maybe, as Rick said, if you stop sharing the screen, we know this is the King of Belgium.
Yeah, I've got a. Yeah, Mr. Kesh, if you stop screen sharing, then it'll be better. You'll have more bandwidth for your voice. I've got a picture of your picture here, so I can put that up on the screen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Rick would like to put the picture up for you.
Oh, I've seen the picture. Many of us seen it many times.
Yes.
This is exactly what you said a few minutes ago. That when one goes to see the other one submits that this is true, is whatever. When a king of a nation goes to see a man in a remote place, and threatens him, it means the man carries more than the king. And this picture will stay historical because we release another picture, which you see the king sit on the same table. He's so scared that he will not approach first. He sends his woman to open the way, to open the talk. The king of a nation should not have a fear of a man, a simple scientist. This picture has a lot of meaning. And this is what it is. It's like you wanting to talk to someone and send your wife first. You go and talk first before I come. The king should approach himself directly. He has that much fear of the knowledge and what it can be done. You will understand a lot of the knowledge seekers will understand when we serve the Creator, we serve not out of fear, but out of joy. Thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you. And this was a man you worked with for 12 years? And he's afraid to sit at the same table?
That's the king of Belgium.
Yes, I know.
And the rat has gone back to him, back to Belgium.
Amazing, what a beautiful, I mean, again, this is not so, maybe so beautiful, but it has a lot more meaning than I probably could see. And this is the man that gave himself immunity as a prince, you've said once, for some.
They have immunity as a royal family to do what they like. Now he doesn't have immunity. But the term of the kings, even the kings are over. This year we'll see the beginning of.
Hello. Good night, Mr. Cash. Have a very beautiful year and everybody else. I use my Zoom with another name because so I had a question. I wanted to ask the people who devote their life to praying, or the old women, is their act kind of worshiping and servicing?
What is the purpose of the prayer? And what is to achieve?
First of all, they have been, I'm sorry, they have been educated like that, and
Yeah, it's just the way you pray 17 times to say the same verses and you forget what the meaning of it was. I'll call it automatic recording. You know, when you go to the slaughterhouses, when they sell a kosher meat, it's automatic blade. just a verse the way what it is recorded by a rabbi. Does the soul of the animal go through the same process and was promised to be? The same when you do the halal slaughtering. Now it's just automatic, where in essence, the man who takes the life gives from his to the life of the animal. For him, body gives him physicality. What is the purpose of the prayer? And what has been said as a prayer?
Like we imagine the person is sincere and it's without any personal benefit.
It takes one word, one thought, 1 second to reach the highest level of nearness to the Creator. And you can read and pray for a whole lifetime and never reach it.
And is it kind of servicing?
Did you ask? This is the question. Have you asked? Because when you ask, you think about what you're going to ask. If you're going to the bank to ask for money or for a loan, you already thought what that loan is going to do for you, that funding. When you pray or when you do the prayer, do you ask the right question? Or you do it that it elevates me or be better for me to become closer?
Well, it's supposed to be the second one when they said, I do this for becoming close to God when they start.
Oh, no, but how you, yeah, exactly. You know, just sheep following sheep. Because the other time we do the same one way. You understand?
It's funny because I always said that to them, to some people in any rituals. But if it's sincere and just by love.
And asked is different.
I think it's a benediction. It's a benediction of God.
Benediction, what is a benediction? You use it quite freely.
It means that God gives some people some feelings.
Why does God has to give? Why don't you give without expecting it to receive?
Because it's a facility, it's a gift. And some people work hard, they don't have it. Some people don't work very hard, they have it.
No, it's not. It is knowing, understanding.
Maybe it's genetic, maybe it comes from the birth.
Oh, anything. So even a monkey can ask for it. He can understand. So it's
good one, good one.
It has to be understood.
When we love somebody, we don't ask that person, we just love that
Yes, we do. We have to. Allow me to love you. Can I love you? The meaning of the love is totally different. I always ask, and because asking somewhere down the line, you're protected from all of it because you've done the right way. If it's not a rite of passage, if you ask, it means you respect to have it. And you respect that you've been given the right, what do you call it? Given the pleasure to be able to
Yeah, like somebody said, like God gives the race to everybody. Some people take it and appreciate it. That's what I mean by benediction, to take that.
You see, a lot of people go and ask, and what they ask is sincere, and then when they receive it, they keep to what they ask to keep. And we have a lot of it in Iranian history, a lot of it. And does not matter, you don't need to ask God, you can ask another man, you can ask a stone. But if that asking has been sincere to serve, then you receive. Does not matter, not just in the level of the stone or the dog, but as a totality, because then everything sets to be.
Yes, thank you.
When you want to kiss a man or a woman, you just don't kiss, you ask, can I kiss you? When you want to hug a man or a woman, says, can I hug you? If you kiss as you think is your right of way because it's your wife or your lover, then you have not taken the way you should be, or hug your child or whatever. I always ask.
Because I think you worship, but in your soul, but you do a lot of action with your hands and body at the same time to serve. Just not just the soul.
You learn step by step, you learn. Whenever I asked, what I've received has been the best. But I've never taken it as right of the way. And this is the way it always has been. And when you ask and you're given, nothing can stop it. Nothing doesn't, even if everything goes wrong, because what was given to you the right of stays right. When you ask, thou shalt not steal, because you're given. Doesn't matter who things are stolen from, but if you're given the right, we'll see a lot of changes. Man will change a lot.
Yeah, I feel so calm these days. I think it's because of Mitra that I don't even want to break it to talk. That's such pleasure.
It's brought us a lot of peace. It's brought us a lot of joy. When the soul of physicality and the dimension of soul matches, meets, creates.
Did you say that it's 12 days and then it's gone, or the presence of Mitra, you said?
This time is for eternity.
So 12 days, we can go on.
It's a change for totality in principle. The old ancient Persian belief in Mitra was celebrated for 12 days. And it was a bigger celebration, as I said before, than the Nowruz. Since Islam has come to Iran, the 12 days have been moved to Nowruz more, where in Nowruz we used to celebrate the same. The birth of the mitra is the soul of the creator. And Nowruz, 21st of March, is the start of the new cycle in the physical dimension of the planet Earth, what we call the soul of physicality.
Thank you very much for the opportunity you give us to advance in every sense of the word.
Maybe we understand the paper written that the position of the scientist as a prophet and prophets of the soul, this time will become unisons, both will be in one. Then you can enjoy in both direction and dimension. As you understand the knowledge, you understand the power of the soul. And as you strengthen knowledge of the soul, you understand the two dimensions of the physical life, which brings the science. As I said to someone very recently, there is no science in the dimension of the soul. Science belongs to the dimension of physicality and the math.
And do you consider emotion part of physicality?
It depends which one learns from it. Does the soul of the man learn from it, or does the soul of physicality learn from it?
Because I think that's the problem these days. the emotion play a hindering role.
Emotion always has that role. It's a test, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
If you look at it, your emotion is your tester.
Yeah, I've thought about that.
So depends which side of the fence your emotion drops.
It's not too heavy. It's just a game. I think these days it's even more easy to get contact with emotions. But I think that's the problem of human being, to control emotions, to get to the soul easily.
Maybe you get through to emotion to get to physicality easily, to abuse the physicality easily.
Of course, it's the physicality which is getting abused. Exactly.
We'll see.
Thank you. I wanted to correct myself, if you permit. It's bothering me. The other day when I talked about the Declaration of Human Rights, which is in the United Nations, you were absolutely right. It's done by Kurosh. I confunded with another lecture. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sits at the,
I'm sorry.
Sits at the, what we call, it's the cornerstones of the United Nations belief and ethos.
Sorry.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Myrnes. Even though we've never met, you're a very interesting and beautiful Persian woman. Thank you for joining.
It's good you haven't met. Oh, all of you, you're all beautiful, really. What I saw about the organizations, Raphael and all that, it was just wonderful. It was just wonderful what's done. Beautiful. I'm just very happy about all this. And as Masike said, everybody puts a small bit of it, and we advance, all of us.
Well, this has been a fantastic beginning to the start of 2022 with some very unexpected and beautiful announcements by Mr. Cash. This recording will be in the telegrams in a couple of hours or so, depending on how long we continue, but it's been very beautiful for me, and I hope all of you as well. To see what's here, to see what's coming, and to see what can be. And it's all of us as we all carry a corner of this very large carpet, let's say. Mr. Cash, it's been delightful to be with you today, as always is. Is there anyone else who wants to bring anything else? Or Mr. Cash, if you haven't run out of gas, is there anything else?
Thank you very much for letting me be here and sharing some thoughts. And maybe we bring a new dimension, new change, and we'll see. There is a lot to learn. There's a lot to share. And we always have to work through the tools of man. We'll see what will come. In so many ways, what has been promised for past thousands of years is to be fulfilled this year from now on. And it's the beginning of that change. Everything has been set, everything is ready for it. And now is time to make, as well say, the cake and eat it. Everything needed to bring man to accept peace and become a peaceful being, not just because of the conditions, but to become mature to understand, has been said to be there. We see some what are called skirmishes for those who want to prove they have the power to shoot a bullet or two, but in essence, we have started a cycle of peace, and with it, what was promised. When a man becomes peaceful, as you call it, the door of heaven shall be opened to him. And we have just unlocked the door. And we'll see it to open up very soon. And then what has been promised will be fulfilled. That's my job, to make sure it's fulfilled.
Thank you so very much. It's just amazing that we're here and in this position and going to experience and share all of this knowledge as much as we can with all of those who haven't even a clue, as we didn't have a clue what was going on in the background with the souls and the creator and mitra and so on. So it's a huge amount of knowledge you've shared, and I know it's going to take time to understand, but as you said, it can happen in 1 second if the soul is ready, if the soul is mature to be ready. So, thank you. And again, I think we'll have some more beautiful news this coming Thursday. So, of course, remember the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday, the reactor group on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. and also the Portuguese, Brazilian knowledge seekers meeting on Friday. And there are many others in the schedule. I'm not sure when the classes will start again or what that would sort of be. Jalal, are you still with us? Are you going to be holding any classes this week in the private students?
You know, I am always there. You just need to come. Just knock on the door and the door will open.
Okay. Very good. As Mr. Kesh said, the teaching will not stop because the knowledge is so deep and so immense and so vast that we've hardly scratched the surface. But this enlightenment period is coming, and the others on this planet are also desperately searching but have nowhere to look. Everywhere they look, it seems to be a dead end, but now it's going to be a beautiful land of milk and honey as we complete our work. It'll be one of the best places, if not the best place in the universe to reside, I suppose, in the matter state. And we're looking forward to the other dimensions as well as we become aware and the rest of the universe becomes aware of being able to move between the dimension of energy and the dimension of the matter state. So there's some phenomenal changes that we can't even imagine, and the technology is, again, beyond most of the things we see in science fiction. But apparently, organizations like the Pentagon and like many leading space scientists around the world at NASA and other places in China have realized it. They've been knowledge seekers, and now it's time for them to shine as well and to release some of their understanding and advancing this technology for all of us. It's very beautiful. And this is the way the creation should be, where we all get along and we're basically all equal, and no one abuses anyone else for a lack of knowledge.
You know, as Rick said here, how fortunate we are. He said how lucky we are.
Totally humbling.
Yeah.
That we could be here with the Creator, with Mitra, understand a small piece of it, perhaps, and share it as well. Even though the sharing part has not been that easy. People just seem to want to, as the king, he wouldn't sit down. And people often run the other way when they hear this. They just can't do it. But I think with Mitra here and the winds of change, people will all of a start to say, I do get it, and I do understand, and I do want to understand more. So it'll be a much easier road with our own families and everything. And it was very nice to see in the Brazilian teaching about one family, all of them being knowledge seekers and all of them sharing and learning and developing together. That was a very unusual situation. So thank you. Yes, Alex.
I just wanted to interrupt because the spirit of Fabio has shown up on YouTube at the 121st Knowledge Seekers Workshop in 2016. And so he's here with us. And this was a particularly difficult time for me because this was my introduction to the Keshe Foundation. And, you know, it's just like you come in the middle of a war zone and you just don't know which way the bullets are flying. However, we've navigated through some very, very difficult times. And a lot of people don't take it seriously because they don't really understand how serious it is. This whole process affects all of us on this planet. And in another class, it was mentioned that the plasma energy is for the benefit of all and cannot do any harm because you only take what you need. And with that, I bid you good night.
Yes, and I know when I was doing some transcribing, and it was in the workshop where they were sort of honoring Fabio, and I just felt Fabio was standing right next to me and he was smiling. So anyone who's interested, he's very happy where he is, but I just remember him being next to me as I was transcribing one of the workshops where they basically gave a tribute to Fabio. Smiling as we see him in the pictures. I don't know. That was just my sense of what I had. He was sort of looking over my shoulder at what I was transcribing. So yes, many beautiful things we're going to share in the coming time. And we're going to see a lot of smiling faces on this planet that have been praying and waiting. As Mr. Kesh said, we've heard these cries and these requests for a long, long time. And apparently it was taken up, and it's going to be put right over the coming year and following years and so on. So very beautiful and humbling to be here and to serve the Creator and Mitra as well. I will play the formation of the Universal Council and the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Is there anyone else who'd like to add or expand on anything? I know we were supposed to keep these meetings a little shorter, but today was a very beautiful conveyance of more knowledge and what's about to happen on this planet. It is happening. It's not about to happen, but it's about to become aware by all the citizens across this planet. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being a part of it. And we thank the souls for joining together and bringing this about. It's more than what we see in the physicality, as the souls are communicating and working and getting things prepared for a beautiful improvement, let's say, of this planet into the position where it should be. And apparently the whole creation as well. So we want to thank the Creator for all his work and his sharing and letting us be a part of this beautiful experience that up to a few years ago, or maybe longer, most of us had no clue of any of this knowledge or this technology or what we were partaking in, let's say. But now we know more. Anyone else? Continue to elevate and enlighten the negotiators in Vienna, the Universal Council, the team in Iran, and continue to release the GAN's waters to elevate the soul of this planet into a peaceful condition, a permanent peaceful condition. So thank you all for all of your different participations in whatever way you choose to serve the foundation and let's say the Creator. So thank you all. Okay, this seems to be stuck for some reason. Let me just go back and then forth and see if we can get this to come up. And I can't seem to get it to come up. Okay, let's try to refresh it. Okay.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs, to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion. That is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look to our soul, we see nothing but we star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become. In being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.